All right. Another long stream. We're just gonna go ahead and get ready for the beginner boost starting this Sunday. And we're gonna go through some of the scheduling. We're gonna go through the outline, and we're gonna get the container ready so that people using the container don't have to reuse it. Um, I'm not gonna be talking a lot during this stream. And I'm just looking, yeah, software and game development. Yep. A lot of it I'm just going to be doing so that I don't run out of juice because I can kind of get one millstone ends and the other one starts. Yeah. Yeah, he just went to work. That's funny. We tag teams, like hand off the streams. I know. It's kind of like weird, right? So first things first, we're gonna go ahead and just dive right into getting a container ready. So that's the first thing we're gonna do. Again, if you're watching this video, looking for the beginner boost, this is not a beginner boost video. This is a video of me getting ready for the beginner boost that I have just chosen to live stream to get everybody's input on. So appreciate having you here. I see we've got some people from YouTube here and a few people from Twitch as well. So there you go. Um, Anybody has any questions, let me know. I'll just read the comments and stuff. First things first, we need to go back to using the container and need to attach to the container. Was it Podman? Podman start. Or is it attach? I think it's attach. Boost. Yeah, I think it's start dash A boost. There we go. All right, so I think we had a problem editing files in here. And I want to make sure we get this fixed. Hey, Kip Tip, how you doing? Um, so something is out of sync. I don't know what it is. Hat Night, how you doing? Simple API development is going to be a thing. Yeah. Yep. Let's try to see if we can just figure this out right away. Plugins local share vim plugins vim pandoc. Actually, I think I know what to do here. I'm back in the boost container. Why is it taking so long to make a new terminal? I got something wrong there. Circuit help desk. Absolutely, that's what it's for. Mr. Loki. That's exactly what it's for. Yep, go get the container. And start getting it ready. Get Westterm installed. Yeah. Hopefully people can pay it forward. I need to make a I need to make a tool that grabs these configuration files from my dot repo and puts them in here. That would really be ideal if I could get that to work. Um, yeah, figure out how to do that. God, I went and killed my chat, my music again. I think I'm gonna write a little script to check and see if the files are right. So let's say file map txt, I guess. So what I'm talking about is like Western Lua, for example. You see that? I think one of the reasons stuff gets out of sync between the beginner boost and my configuration files is that it has that problem. The boost is the same as usual, except for it's adapted for this year and it's more focused on general tech careers. So we're going to be including some stuff that will help you get a tech career even if you're not coding. Like how to break into the industry, who to talk to, what to prepare for, that kind of thing. So the overall focus of the beginner boost is to get a job, a tech job specifically. So um, that's it. It used to be just for Linux. Linux is a part of that, but it used to be just Linux. So we actually moved that to the beginning to the top. So we're going to talk about those topics. I talked about that in the last prep video. All right, so we have a file map here. Ubuntu, bash RC. I'm trying to decide why I put that in home Ubuntu. Is that the name of the account? Oh, it is. Okay, that's why. Yeah, that's the user account for user Ubuntu. The reason we do that is because we want to be able to, I want to show people how to make new accounts at some point if they want to create new Linux accounts and stuff like that. It's usually never needed, but even in help desk, you will be happier in help desk, Mr. Loki. Just to get a help desk job is hard. That's the entry path for most people. You want to go into what kind of system, and system is not a thing anymore. There's SRE and there's that does remind me though, we need to put that in the we need to put that in the outline. The outline is going to be constantly changing, so you know, what should I pursue career in tech? Um, let's see. I'm gonna rewrite these not as questions, but as statements that would show up on a resume. This is part of something I called the um, open credential merit system. It's kind of like a merit badge. An organization, a small IT team. Yep. Yeah, agreed. If I were you, I would start adminning your own stuff at home. That's the number one thing you can do. And then you can prove you can do it. Listen to Broke music while preparing Bitcoin notes. Lol. Said no one ever in enterprise who had a job. Unemployed crypto bros. Lots of them right now. Thank God, no, I didn't go into it. And I warned all the people I love not to go into crypto. I mean, you had to be really stupid to think it was going to go anywhere. Um, I'm trying to figure out what the bullet point is. So there's three main arcs to this whole stuff. Um, let's actually put a line here and do this. So there's like the three main arcs. So the first one is um I'm just gonna throw it out. Understand the tech career landscape, I guess. Understand the industry. Um, and then the second one is understand yourself. And I think that probably comes first. Know thyself. Stable coins is where it's at. Okay, have fun with that. Digital money is here to stay. No, it's not. Tell me one enterprise with thousands of employable tech jobs that is involved in crypto. Just name one. And I'm talking thousands of digital tech jobs. How things come along? Pretty good, caveman. Yeah. Just don't do it. This is a really good conversation, though, for understanding the tech industry because one of the things that I have watched in the tech industry over 25 years, 30 years, is the Gartner hype cycle where stuff comes and becomes really popular and then it crashes bad. And then Robinhood doesn't employ more than 1,000 tech employees. Hell no. You kidding me? No. And that's a company you want a company that's laid off most of their workforce? Yeah. Like when they went bankrupt, they had to get saved. Thank you for a perfect example of what not to look for in a job. And their main focus is stocks, it's not crypto. Yeah. Any company that heavily invested in crypto was like destroyed. They were practically destroyed. All the banking companies, all the companies, all the like edgy companies that involved in crypto, they had to lay off most of their workforce. If you weren't paying attention like 4 years ago, so just don't do it. I'm not gonna argue. I want to try to stay calm today. So the first thing you need to do is understand yourself. Then you need to understand the tech industry to make a match. And then you need to get the skills. Um, uh, so let's see. I would say identify target specialty uh, and careers. Um, and then yeah, communication, problem solving, system engineering. Absolutely. That's there are the universal skills, right? Um, identify. Let's see. So let's see. Understand yourself. Uh, interests, strengths. Um, um, understand the tech industry. Yeah. And this is going to be like culture, job, job titles, culture, companies, job titles, job types. Um, Good night. These are always on YouTube. Yep. The last one is on YouTube if you want to go look at it. I want to take it down if somebody says something stupid or including me. I usually take it out. I took down a bunch. I'm gonna slowly be going through my old collection of videos and deciding which ones are to re-expose, to republish. Re-expose, that sounded weird. Uh, Quantum hype as well. Quantum is hype. Quantum is, there's a lot of hype around quantum as well, but quantum is a real technology that's going to definitely be used. And quite honestly, to be completely honest, crypto is being used, but not in the ways people anticipated it. It's being used for interdepartmental exchanges and bank funds transfers and things like that. There's a lot of really practical things that came out of crypto, but they weren't Bitcoin and things like it. Takes you 30 minutes to buy a pizza with Bitcoin. So just for the transaction to go through. Um, vibe migrating, Drupal 7, side of Drupal. Yeah. Yeah, and there's a bunch of vibe migration going on. That is going to be an essential skill. And we have never covered that in any beginner boost. The whole idea of vibe coding things, um, which, what even is that, right? And I think, um, yeah, identify target specialty and tech careers. Uh, and then there's going to be get the skills. Sometimes stupid things coincide smart. I agree. So, for example, NASA invented Velcro for their astronauts, and they used it like once, and now we all got it. So, I'm not saying crypto didn't have some benefit, obviously, but it's not. It was never. It's not. Unless you're a crypto bro who has your stuff in some New Zealand crypto bank, it has no like practical application for people of its other. And more importantly, uh, enterprises that have jobs in it. But AI, obviously, I have to cover AI, but AI is. We have to figure out where AI applies here, right? So, um, quite honestly, AI applies to all of this. And I want to talk about that, like which AIs to use, whether you really need to invest in an AI, whether um, this is getting super interesting right now. Provide coding for regular program. Absolutely. If you can't read the code, then vibe coding doesn't help you. You can't not learn to code. This is going to be a big, big theme. Is this idea that AI is going to take all the coder jobs is totally wrong. And the companies that are getting rid of people because of it are learning that they have made a huge mistake. Just watch the news right now. The news right now is a ton of companies panicking because they fired their highly skilled or even mediocrely skilled tech force, and they don't have anybody to train into the other stuff to meet the need. And it's really sad that we had to go through this, but tech enterprises are stupid. They usually are. They're really dumb, and they follow trends and do the least they do least most least difficult thing, and they think it's a good idea to stick everybody in a cubicle, which is so stupid. They'll spend billions of dollars on absolute mistakes that don't have any scientific because it's a big gamble. The whole thing, they don't have time to like research actual solutions unless you're IBM, which has done so many times, but IBM buys innovation. IBM waits for innovation to happen and for somebody else to gamble on what's really good, and then they buy them. So, and that's worked. It's worked for them. They're probably the most successful IT company in history. They haven't always been on the top, but they've been around forever. They've withstood several trillion-dollar losses and stuff. Like it's insane. So, but there's a lot of lessons to be learned there. One of is to, know what to learn. Agents, yeah, their thing. It's so funny because I actually created a thing called Kava, which is conversational assistant, virtual agent, and it was before AI had hit really big. Based on Siri, I was really into natural language processing and stuff. Uh, Security Plus. Whether they get, okay, you cannot tell somebody it's a good idea to just get a certification. That is doing them a disservice. You have to know what they're going for. And I made a whole video on this. In fact, I'm gonna go publish that video right now because it's so important. Oh shit. Here's my email apparently. What else is waiting to scare us? Yeah, I hope there's nothing on my screen there in just a second. I'll have to go back. Do I have to throw this video away? I think I might have to. Let me go check. I'm gonna go do privacy mode for a second. Yeah, don't be me. I'm a bad streamer. What did I just reveal about myself by showing you my... At least it wasn't, I don't know, something worse. Based on what I browse. Sign in. I've done that before. Uh-huh. I opened, God, you guys remember that? I opened some random URL on stream. I had to delete the video. I've done that at least once, maybe twice, actually. Oh my God, it was so embarrassing. There was like, it was like a trolling thing, and it just popped right up, man. It was so bad. It's very dangerous. Let me think. Okay, so oh, you saw my match. I'm trying to see what things you just saw on the screen. So let's see, you saw that I get NeoPro ads. You saw browser sync. You saw the Go language. Okay. You saw that Nicole 45 on Match.com wants to talk to you. You see, and Charlotte's off Broadway E-News. Okay. Go EVD. Oh, how much I hate this gravel bike. You saw my USA cycling. Boy, this is pretty pathetic thing to see about me, but this is me right here. You saw that the Amazon, my SanDisk Extreme Pro 512 gigabit SD card was delivered. Uh, and it says my Venmo. There it is. Warm up with Venmo. It's like Venmo trying. Dude, I have 29,430 conversations in my inbox. What does that say about me? I have 29,430. I mean, at a certain point, you just like delete it all. You say, I, because they get such red. That's insane. Security Plus, yeah. I'm not saying don't get a certification, but I'm saying you may not need it. So let me go. Oh, here's my Amazon. Ooh, I almost showed you all my Amazon stuff. What I recently purchased. I've showed people that a million times, so that's not a thing. Also, not dark mode. Ah, I'm getting a sunburn. Getting a sunburn here. Um, Here we go. Beginner boost, another beginner boost. Okay. Well, where do I go now? Robert. All right, I'm gonna take off privacy mode for a second. Hey, you don't ever delete stuff. You're as bad as me. All right, so I wish that video was better. That video sucks because I had horizontal leveling on my Moblin, which you never want that. Who else should I go? Ooh, shopping history playlist. I have this cold. It's like bothering me. I made guacamole today. Guacamole, I don't know when I can't eat guacamole now. It like messes me up. Our neighbors are so noisy upstairs. They're really great, but they are so noisy. Um, More from YouTube. Are you going to see how much money I make and what my videos are that I like to watch? I don't, you know what? They keep sticking. I don't watch Jon Stewart. I don't know why they keep giving me his stuff. I don't watch it. I don't. It drives me crazy. I like him a lot as a human being, but I cannot watch him complaining. It just makes me crazy. What am I gonna do? Oh, your videos. Here we go. AI prompt. Python prompt live. We'll go to the live videos. Buy a house. Invalidate delete emails. I agree. I mean, I have like my divorce emails and everything. Yeah. What was I gonna do? I was gonna say I was gonna go try. Okay, this is me trying to find stuff. So you know how long it took, by the way, you know how long it took for me to unpublish these? I have 600 videos. I had to unpublish them all. I had to page through every one. There, you can't just say unpublish all my videos. It doesn't. There's not. That does not exist. Super lame. So what I am now trying to find, and it's also okay. So search across your channel. Here we go. So let's go find certified. This is actually a video I made where I actually thought about it and I planned it. Here it is. Why certified? 38 minutes. This is a good video. And yeah. So it's in two playlists. This should be in the Tech Career Beginner Boost. I don't know when and where we're gonna put it though. Autodidactic habits of successful technologists. Unlisted. We're gonna change it to public. Actually, yeah, sure. What the hell? Um, did I say that? Okay, I'll click on save. But somebody mentioned certification already. Please go watch this video. Yes. So certification, what is it? Why do I need it? Um, so just to start out, if you don't know what certification is. God, this is old. I made this video. Hey, look, that guy has teeth. What's up, keyboard? I'm always talking really soft here because uh why is it playing it so weird? It says playing it at some weird other quality. Hey, Dick. God, remember, God, look at all the things I used to do. Look at all the things I used to do differently. So this is a website I created from scratch. Uh, this is rwx.gg. Actually, it got switched over to skillsite.io, but for a long time it was rwx.gg, which is still there, by the way. It's just really out of date. I've debated about whether to update that or not, but probably not. I'm just gonna put all that stuff into the boost video instead. But this is back when I was running the chat thing on the screen because I was just looking at the screen for everything. How you doing? Cyber Steppy. Cyber Steppy, what a great name. I'm good. How you doing, Peach Plus Linux? Welcome. It has been a long time, hasn't it? So yeah, so this one is this is a video worth watching. So I will talk about all of this stuff, but in fact, we're gonna talk more. I already said this last time. We're gonna talk more about getting a tech job uh out that's not the skills. I'm sorry, I have a cold. I'm like getting ready to like sneeze my head up again. Yeah, I have a pretty bad cold. I think it's because I went on the plane on this last weekend. I went on this fantastic vacation. Oh my God. It was so great. I got to go see all my friends again. Yeah. There was only one panic attack involved. Yeah, I did have a panic attack. You gotta wear the mask when you fly. I know. I agree. So that's funny because I like sort of like looked askance at a woman who was wearing a mask in the Jamba Juice. I was like, why is she wearing a mask? And then I thought to myself, hmm. And The Asians, I'm gonna get in trouble. The Asians have been wearing masks when they travel all the time. Mostly when they're sick. They're like they know not to make everybody else sick. Americans don't give a shit. They just travel, sneeze over everybody. No, dude. Okay, okay. Whenever I see like I remember seeing movies and stuff or like news things, I'm like, why are they wearing surgical masks over in Japan while they're traveling? Americans do not wear masks unless they've been ordered to by their doctor and they're over 80 years old and they're traveling on a plane and like one case of the flu is going to kill them. They don't do it. And it's like that's been the thing. That's just so when I saw it the first time, and then you go through the whole COVID thing, everything changed. You get people like making it a religious holy war about whether you should wear a mask or not, which is totally stupid, but whatever. But you're right. The answer is yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. I should have worn a mask. I would not be like, right now. Right? It totally is. It's like because they don't want to wear makeup. Really? People wear masks because they don't want to fix their makeup? That is the first time I've ever heard that. You got to talk to more about that. That is super interesting. Is that real, or is that just you, Steph? You've heard it too? I have never heard that. Today I learned. That is very interesting. The life of a woman. I mean, or somebody who wants to wear makeup. I guess it goes for everybody. You wear them on the plane too, and you get sick every time. Follow up hand sanitizer. Yes, it is really true. Really. Oh my God. It also keeps your face warm during winters. This is true. You get on those planes, it's kind of cold. I have to put something on my head because reasons. Yeah. Interesting. I'm kind of stuck on that now. That's a super interesting thing to say. All right. So the South Korean people wear masks because of the dust they're so bad. Oh, I could see that. Yeah. I could see that in Tucson too. Actually, Tucson's surprisingly not dusty for a desert because it has monsoons all the time. So it depends on what time of year. I don't think I've ever. No, the monsoons are usually wet, so they don't blow dust around. Yeah. Well, anyways, okay. So you got to know yourself. You got to know about the tech industry. You got to know uh what you want to do, and then you got to so identify target specialty and tech careers. So you got to merge those two, right? Uh, this is kind of a decision point. It's like decide if and where you want to work in the tech industry. So this is you coming together, right? That's like the nexus of information. Now, this I cannot overstate how important this is. I've already talked about it. Every time I even type this, even now in prep, I have to talk about it because it's so important. If you don't know where you want to go or what you want to do or who you want to be, you will waste time and money. You'll go to the wrong school, you'll major in Russian, end up being a tech professional. Yeah. Uh, you're watching a Panda Express ad, a bunch of Asian movies. Uh, and he was mentioned. I don't know what that is. Anyway, so and then identify where you want to work in the tech industry, and that is uh sector, uh company. Let's see, job type, company, um, and yeah, location. These are all things. Tech and health is your sweet spot. Yeah, working tech in the healthcare industry. I actually tried to re after I got divorced. The second, no, the first time. That's right. I get to say that now. Lucky me. I have to distinguish between which divorce. Never thought that would happen. Anyway, so decide if that's what happens when you get to be my age. You have life experiences. Uh, decide if and where you maybe can we go for a third? No, fuck that. Not trying it again. Don't you dare. You can't make me get married again. No, under any circumstance. You're out of ad purgatory. I'm sorry. I thank you for coming back. Thank you for coming back despite the ads. You're stuck in the government. The government stuck in the government? I mean, okay. I cannot, this is such a good topic. You guys are already like sparking all kinds of interesting conversation about this. Um, the government can be a great place to work, particularly in cybersecurity. You can do things for the government that you cannot do. You can do the things for the government and for a bank. I have a really great story about that that I'll remember to tell. A guy that was over security, I think it was Bank of America, and he actually was a Mormon, and we were talking over marshmallows. I'm not even kidding. We were both in the scouting program for the Mormon church, and we were just talking randomly about careers and everything. Well, after the scouts had gone to bed, and we were talking over the fire, you would not believe the shit he told me. Like you campfire stories to curl your toes. But one of the things he told me was that the banks have a really cozy relationship with the government because the banks can do things legally that I'm sorry, they can do things that are in a gray zone that the government cannot do. The government's blocked from doing. At least back then. I don't think that's true anymore. The government does whatever it wants now, at least as far as I'm concerned. Audit compliance documents, yeah. I just it's slow, yeah. Security clearance to government, your value goes up 30K, absolutely. So that's another thing. So that's okay. So this is why this conversation needs to happen like right away, right? Because and this is the thing about this beginner boost that's going to be fundamentally different than every other beginner boost. Uh, I think the very first beginner boost I did, I started with some brief like, knowing about yourself and everything, but I didn't really spend a lot of time on it. And quite honestly, all of the beginner boosts have been hobbled by timeline, and I am not doing that this time. So what that means is it might take me a year or two of 3-hour sessions every Sunday to get through it. And I don't care because this is going to be my legacy. This is one of the things I want to leave for people. I've unpublished the other stuff because it got out of date. But this section, the beginning section right here, will withstand the test of time no matter what. And learning Linux, what flavor of Linux, which coding language of the year, those things change over time. But the fundamental stuff about getting a tech job doesn't change. So that's stuff that will live on after I die or whatever. I know I'm not that old, but I've been thinking about legacy a lot lately. I don't know why. Just a lot of mortality related issues, empty nest and all. Uh, so helping to a better company is a way. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. So realizing your value within the company. There's an entire subsection of topics that are related to maintaining your value in the industry and how to, keep your knowledge management, how to keep up, how to, managing your tech career. And this is super important because if you don't do this, you'll end up doing what I did. Most of this is like from bad experience. So I made under 100,000 for way too long. And uh because but there are advantages to that, right? So this is a topic that goes under the section. I'm trying to figure out where to put this section because it's super important. Um, and kind of accidentally, I doubled my value, at least doubled my value by starting my own company and then going back to corporate America where I they didn't know what to pay me. So because they couldn't say, hey, this is what you made in your last job, which we should talk about why you should never reveal what you made in your last job, or if you do, lie. Because they're gonna say, well, what can we get away with paying you, right? And if you've notoriously stayed affordable, and there's a lot of reasons to do that, including I was one of three people left out of a resource action that leveled our entire team, took 50 people out of the company, and I was one of three people left standing because I was affordable. They didn't care about anything about how much except for how much it costs. So these topics, these are super important topics to understand before you get into this career. Because if you don't, and I think becoming a Prussian technology profession is one that goes in this. So, becoming a Prussian technology professional is the guy or girl who knows how to identify what's coming, and then they can start swimming and catch the wave, and then they can capitalize on that, which I have done very well my whole career. So I anticipated the internet was going to hit big. Uh, I didn't have the money, or I would be a billionaire right now. I'm not. That's not an exaggeration. If I had had the money to invest in Yahoo when I saw it, I was there on the ground floor of the internet. I should have. I created an internet service provider and blah blah blah. Not created, but was one of the four founding members of it. So the point is there's a lot of ways for you to capitalize on your tech career, and I learned a lot of lessons from that. Walter White, absolutely. Overseas hazard pay, yeah. Oh boy, it's not even for a potential employer to ask your previous employer about your pay. I don't think it's legal anyway either, but I can tell you if I don't have, I guess I don't have evidence of it, but it felt like, so anyway, I came back to work. Web3 is next. No, it's not. Web3 is so dead. To hear somebody talk about Web3, that always reminds me of when everybody was talking about Web 2.0. No, there's no Web3. There's no Web3. That's my opinion. So the web is still going to be, the web is just a thing. It'll be the AI web, which we already have. And shitification, it's already happened. Web3 is going just great. Web3 has been a thing since 2016. I love it because it's such a visceral, real example of how bad crypto failed. It was everything's going to be Web3. All the browsers are going to be this and that. They're all going to have crypto built in. Every single one of those things has died on the vine. I can't believe somebody even mentioned Web3. It's so shamefully embarrassing how bad it turned out. Yeah, I don't see any slow. I know. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like knowing what's going to die and what's not. That's a core. Okay, how do we put this into a bullet point? How do we make this a thing? What do we put here? What do we say? We say the first believers of Bitcoin. Yeah. Uh Blockchain is still some of the good use cases for blockchain are being used in the industry, like interdepartment communications and security. That is a thing. That was a good thing that came out of it, I think. Um, just like TCP/IP was designed to help us withstand a nuclear blast. The internet and TCP/IP, and yet, it was designed by Fallout engineers, but nobody knows that. That's why you have routing of IP traffic. And then a Cloudflare comes along and centralizes everything on the internet. And when the internet goes down, when they like mistype a letter, they completely like went against the original design of the whole thing. So anyway, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm like, I'm like, you know, making sick noises. Managing your tech career. Decide if and where you want to work in the tech career. Uh, manage your tech. effectively. Goodbye airlines, right? The Cobalt, I know, but I know. You what? Dennis talks about that all the time. He's not doing Cobalt, but let's make the whole internet one central point of failure. Yeah, it's the I cannot believe how stupid everybody is. But what else is new? You know, we have this wonderful, miraculous thing called the internet, which is designed to take a nuclear blast and have the whole thing still work, and we destroy all of that with a central point of failure. Cause why? Why? I just don't I don't even understand why they did it. Because Cloudflare, I just don't get it. Because it was easier, it was cheaper or something. I don't understand. That could be an entire like Wired article or something. You know what? I've thought about actually approaching Wired. There's so speaking of tech careers, there's an entire tech. You can have an entire tech career just writing about tech. You could be a writer. You could know enough about tech to be able to write about it, but not necessarily be an engineer. I talked about this the last time, and I really want to hit this home this time a lot. I have a lot of friends who are joining the Beginner Boost this year who are not necessarily interested in programming, but they're interested in getting tech jobs. Not just for the money, but that's usually one of the main reasons. And I really want to talk to those people this year. It'll be the first time. It'll be the first time that I've directly addressed people who want tech careers who don't want to learn how to code, they don't want to learn AI, and they don't want to necessarily be, good on the terminal on Linux. Like, why would you not want that? No, there are a lot of people that don't need to know that. So, I mean, and these people, a lot of them would consider themselves non-technical, but my goal, there's a lot of people in my family and personal friends this year. If you're one of them, if you're that qualifies, if you're one of my family or personal friends, you know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you, and I hope you'll stay with me because I am aggressively going to attempt to appeal to people who would categorize themselves as non-technical because there are a ton of great jobs in the tech field that are going unfilled that need people in project management. They need people who are practical. They can make connections between two different things. They're organizational. They're nice people. They're not assholes, so they would be great managers. They are the salespeople. They're the recruiters who are super sexy, but maybe not, they don't know how to code, but they'll show up to help you fix your tie so they can help you get a job. I had that happen once. I went for a Pearl job. I'm not kidding. I went downtown. I was at a bank. I was going to a Pearl job, and it was this new, uh, my parasocial personal friends. They are among them. Yes, I have a bunch of personal friends who not the kind of people that invite me over for dinner or drinks or anything, but they are among them. So I've met a lot of yoga people. So if you're among my yoga friends, boy, do I love you. I really love you. You know who I'm talking to. Um, and And that includes all over. I have yoga friends all over. So for those who don't know me, I'm a certified yoga instructor and I'm going through my 300 hours. So there's actually a bunch of other yoga instructors who I know through the 300-hour yoga teacher training. So I'm not quite a yogi. People use the word yogi all the time. Yogi is, yeah, no. The bet you should probably say yoga practitioner or somebody who practices yoga. Yogi has a very specific meaning, but a lot of people don't know that. I know I'm kind of diverging again because these are my favorite topics. This is the stuff I want to talk about. If I could just be a yoga instructor and a writer, this is why I want to cover this, okay? Because I I know two A syllables. Yogi. Ashtangi is probably better. I am making horrible noises. I'm so sorry. But I really, really want to punch this home, okay? Because, I know how to code and I'm keeping systems running and I'm keeping Linux going and everything. And I enjoy the challenge of it on occasion, but for the most part, if I had it to do over again, ironically, and I'm actually kind of prepping this conversation because this is a part of it. When I got recruited, headhunted into IBM, and I told the recruiter, don't even talk to me unless you could do another 30 grand. because I wanted to get him off my back, and they said, "Sure, can you be in Texas, like in Dallas, like next week?" And I went for an interview. I said, "Okay, yeah." Flew in, sure enough, I got it. Then they sent me to New York for an $80 per diem and for a month of training. And while I was in training, when they concluded the training, we had to take turns on our teams practicing roles in these mock situations where I was uh, forced to be out of your comfort zone. The whole idea was, and so they made me the project manager because normally I'm the engineer, the coder, and that, the kind of really techie. And they made me be the non-technical person, the person, and the response surprised me and the rest of the people. They were all like, "Damn, you're really good at like helping people and motivating them, getting them to work together. You did really well at that. You should." In fact, I had one person tell me point blank, "You should really consider that as your career, as opposed to the coding part." So, and actually during the training, I was installing Mandrake Linux on my laptop, on my official business laptop. I was installing Mandrake Linux in the background because the training was boring as hell. I'm sitting back there like installing stuff because I was like, we were just sitting there like, okay, this is the waterfall project management method. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, get me away from this. I don't want a project management. I don't want any of that. But they're like, no, you'd be a really good manager. And I actually think I would be a kick-ass recruiter. In fact, I've thought about that. I know I'm too old, but am I, I think I would have been a kick-ass recruiter. I'm not as sexy as most recruiters, especially now. But yeah, it's kind of an unspoken rule if you're a recruiter, you're kind of sexy. I think you'd probably get in trouble if you said that out loud, but I did. Bec- Because they're salespeople, right? They're just selling people they're people who sell people. That sounded weird, but that's what they are. They make so much money. Tech recruiters make crazy money. If once they're like agents in Hollywood. Anyway, I think I would be good at it. Yeah, an old professor is quite a prime of his career, his 30s. Google for 4 years, came back to his alma mater, and became a professor just to teach C. Yeah. What? Eventually got hired at Stanford. He was a rock star. Yeah. I mean, it's like doing what you love. I'm a I I know I'm a good teacher and I love teaching. I have look, I'm not saying this to flex. I'm saying this because I want people to find out what they are good at. Like, what do people tell you that you're like so good at or you're naturally good at? And it's not just, oh, you're so pretty, which is a skill. I know it sounds weird, but it's true. Sometimes it might be just that you're attractive. Either, I told you about I already told you about the Python dude, right? I had a guy who was just a gorgeous guy and he just hated code. And I said, dude, you should be a recruiter or a project manager or anything. Uh, so managing your tech career. Okay, then we have the final thing, which is uh, what's that? Uh, shift out of spreadsheet and into the terminal. Right. I mean, well, okay, so that's going to be a tough decision, right? It really, I can't wait for us to have these conversations because it's going to be very hard for me to not spend at least two full sessions on the tech industry, understanding yourself, all of that, because this stuff is so important and it's so much fun to talk about because it applies to everyone, right? Like, what are the soft skills? We talked about that. Okay, so manage your tech career effectively. This is kind of a follow-up. So, uh, we're gonna do four. I think five is kind of like manage your tech career effectively, and that means maintaining your resume, blah blah blah. So the big one, the big bullet, this is the bulk of the beginner boost in the past, was get good. You know, uh, let's see. I'm gonna put master the skills. Um, So there's skills, knowledge, and abilities. Uh, I would say develop. How about that? That's a better word. Develop the skills, knowledge, and abilities uh, to do the job. I know he can do the job, but can he get the job? I know he can get the job, but can he do the job? I'm not arguing that with you. That needs to be a thing. I need to go get that right now. I know he can get the job. I think I have it already. Please clap. I know this. Help me. He does. Everyone, excellent fever. And then, uh, you like that movie? I love that. Um, this is a fun project. I keep coming back to it. It was like it was a bunch of bastards threw together in a day. Um, I kind of want to find it now. Exactly what is it? BS NIST response? BS. This is the auditor. I don't even know what that is. I don't. Um, trash government stuff job. Oh man, I'm not arguing that with you. It's free on TV. I don't know what TV is. Hey, Craig. Good to see you. You have no audio? Oh, damn. I'll have to turn your audio back. I know why I turned it off. I am sorry. I turned it off, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna redo it.
Not arguing that with you. I know he can get the job, but can he do the job? Harry. Yeah, Harry, but can he do the job? I know he can get the job, but can he do the job? I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that with you. I'm not arguing that with you. I'm not arguing that with you, Harry. Harry.
You heard it that time. Did you hear it? Yeah. Copy. I forgot. Uh, clip add X. How to watch the movie. It's not a valid URL. Damn it, Robert. I don't remember my own code. That's probably not the best URL. Oh, wait. I don't know. We'll see. Error. Requested format is not available. Use list formats. Darn it. X, do the job. That makes me sad. This happens when you write a script in like a day. All right, so we're gonna remove that. Exit. Exit. Yeah, what another day. Manage your tech career effectively. Develop the skills, knowledge, and abilities to do the job. Uh, get the job. Uh, understand what is required to get the job. Um, develop trust and all that. This is where certification comes in. Like yes or no, right? Develop the skills, knowledge, and abilities uh, required by the job. And not anything more. I cannot tell you how much time people waste building ability. So like people tell all the time, I can't wait to rant about this. People are like, what language should I learn to get a tech job? That is a total ass backwards way. I'm not going to swear like this in the official videos, but right now I can swear because this drives me nuts. People are like, which language should I learn? I want to learn Python. Well, what do you want to do? I want to learn Python. Why? Why do you want to learn Python? Well, I just think learning to code is is a good thing, and I can get a good job. Well, what job do you want to get? Are you going to be a web developer? Then why are you learning Python? I mean, it's secondarily interesting, but it's not directly relevant. And people are totally approaching tech jobs ass backwards. They come in and the school system is doing the same thing. The school system, the reason nobody can get a job. Okay, calm down, Rob. This is why I get fat. This is why I get fat and out of shape because I get so upset when I stream. So I gotta calm down now. Guys, help me, okay? I want to learn Monty Python because it's Monty the Holy Grail, right? Which is the namesake for Monty Python. People don't know that. That's why all the examples in all the books are spam and eggs. And they had to kind of downplay that because it's copyright, trademark, stuff like that. So people get degrees. The big takeaway here is the reason that no one can get a job with a CS degree that they paid 40, 50, 60, 70, $80,000 for is exactly the same reason that Java, teaching kids Java and AP Computer Science is also totally ass backward fucked up. Now, the computer science in both cases is relevant if you read the fine print. The fine print of these programs is not to teach you to get a tech job. It's to teach you how computers work, the science of computers. And they're very effective at that. If you want to write your own programming language, or you want to learn how to write a parser, or you want to understand a low-level binary about, how, I don't know, Turing created, computer languages and how computers work, and those are all super interesting things, but they are irrelevant unless your job is going to be teaching other people how to do that thing. It's why so many computer science degree majors end up becoming computer science professors, because they have no practical skill to get a job in the enterprise and in the tech industry. They don't. Now, a lot of companies will hire CS degree people who have also on their own learned how to be really great coders, or other things. But in general, the people who are doing the grunt work, like me, don't have any background in computer science. The reason I have such a good job is because I saw what the company, the internet wanted. I say, I want to do this. I want to be an internet person. So when I got hired to be Nike's internet webmaster, it was because I taught myself how to do it. And like, hey, we need a website, and I had to teach myself that. That no, the other thing too about this is, in the tech world, most of the stuff that's relevant that people are hiring for, AI, prompt engineering, all this stuff, there's nobody teaching that. When I first taught myself internet stuff, HTML, CSS, there was no CSS, it was just HTML. I had to read other web pages and teach myself. There was not a single book written on it for a year and a half. And when I went in and I got a job, I walked in, no kidding, this has actually happened. I walked in, I was walking home, I had no car. I was not, I did, my wife told me she didn't want to do Russian, so I had to abandon my Russian career that I'd spent 6 years preparing for. Don't want to talk about that. And and I was walking past this internet service provider place, and I had been obsessed with the internet since I discovered it online on campus. And I actually had PPP, and I was 56K modem kind of thing. The Yeah, Olympic story incoming too. Yeah, and so then I I walked into this internet service provider, and they said they had two people there, three actually, the CFO, the guy who financed it, most of the money, and their primary engineer, who was a total dick, by the way. But we'll talk about that another day. And and I said, "Oh, I haven't. What's going on here? This is just super interesting." And then I said, I didn't even offer. They said, "Well, what do you do?" I said, "Well, I dabble in web pages and stuff." I said, "Would you like to be involved?" So they didn't offer me a job right there, but they asked me to show some of the work I'd done. So I actually, crazy enough, I went back to campus where I was working in a computer lab. I was in a linguistics computer lab. It was actually a language lab that had computers, which was really great. I really loved it. And I had discovered the internet, been working on it, and I had taught my buddy who was an ophthalmologist. He's still a very successful ophthalmologist in West Jordan, Utah. And I taught him how to make web pages. So he made a web page, right? I know. First or second. And so he ended up uh I said, look, I don't have any actual web pages because I don't need any, but he had this really great web page with all these eyes with, you know, undergoing getting surgery on them. I said, can I borrow your website as an example of, since I helped you write it and I helped you make it because I helped him. He said, sure. So I showed it, got a job. I became their web director, and the director, it was crazy. I was the director of sales, and I was also their webmaster at the same time. Because I knew it. And there's no way you could have learned this without going online and learning it. It wasn't taught anywhere. So that's going to be a big part of that conversation. Like, developing skills, knowledge, and abilities required by the job. This doesn't say go to school to learn that. That's not what I'm saying. Uh, yeah. Yeah, back then, making a website that had graphics in it, and then I practically got the job by using color backgrounds. I'm not even exaggerating. I use these brand new fancy things called backgrounds images. You could tile background JPEG images behind your web page, and they were blown away. They couldn't believe that you could do that. They'd seen the internet before, they'd seen how boring the web was, and all of a sudden they had because Netscape came along. Nobody remembers Netscape. Netscape was as big as Google. Nobody remembers them at all. It's crazy. They I remember when they added images to web pages. The very first web pages that came out, the first time that I saw, because we were trying to decide between Gopher or HTML, it was at Gopher or the web. I know nobody remembers these technologies. It's so crazy how irrelevant. We've come so far that the conversation about using Gopher versus web is not even. It's funny because Gopher got really popular recently, because people are sick of shitty images and having to cycle through things. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Ask Jeeves, yes, absolutely remember Ask Jeeves. Oh my God, yeah, yeah. We deployed. What was the other one? Web something. Explain, expect. No, not expect. It was. Well, it starts with an E. It was basically they made an enterprise search engine that was all like crazy Perl code Python. I think that was Python, and you could deploy it. And you could pay like as you could buy it, and you could have an internal search engine. I set that up for and maintained that for Nike. Oh, it was just such a different time. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck in nostalgia land in my head a little bit. But because I grabbed people in the hallway, I said, "You have got to see this." And I'm not even kidding. I would friends that I had, I would say you and I showed the first time I saw a web page with graphics in it. Hey Quartz, how you doing? I said, this is the future. It's like you need to learn this now. I haven't had that feeling since AI came out. I've had the feeling and Slurm. And I made a little short video on YouTube about Slurm. Nobody knows what Slurm is, but I'm telling you, Slurm is going to be the most important technology you can learn if you want a high-paying enterprise job. And AI will not impact it at all. In fact, operations is completely immune from AI. So this is all going to be a part of the conversation. Like you want to get a job that's immune from AI, SLURM. And I was right about Go. Hey, when I was right about Go in 2016, I put everything on that. Yeah, thank God for TJ Hollowaychuk. Thank God. Understand what's required to get the job. Uh, oh, I'm so sorry. Understand what decide if and where you want to work in the tech industry. Uh, decide the job you want. Uh, that's much better. Um, I am sick. Yeah, I sound bad. I'm sorry, guys. I got sick going to North Carolina. I should not have kissed you on the lips, Mark. That was fun though. Wink, wink. Those of you who don't know, I had dinner with Mark and Bellum like 5 days ago. It was glorious. Uh, I didn't pay. We all paid. Otherwise, it would have been a date. And I'd eventually have to pay them alimony or some shit. Or- I, I don't know why I said that. So, I will very openly admit, I will very openly say this. At least 20% of my decision to move back to North Carolina is because of Bellum and Mark. That and uh I can't remember the Twitch name now. Uh where is he? He lives in Raleigh. Y'all North Carolina gang, we got to get together. There's somebody else who lives in Raleigh. Is a big regular. I can't remember his name. It starts with K. But I've been out of streaming for a while, so I can't remember offhand. Colchis, yeah. Colchis has made all kinds of really great stuff for me. When am I going back? September 15th, I'm gonna leave. That's my target date. My my contract for this apartment is over in I've been criticized in the past by people that I know who are friends, I suppose, who say that I shouldn't be declaring all this stuff and just do it because I always have to be grandiose in my declarations of what I'm gonna do. That's a pretty fair critique of me. Uh, and one of the reasons I do that is because it helps me set up my own expectations, and then when other people know about it, then they can help keep me, on my own. Having an accountability partner, in my case, the entirety of my RWX channel is good because y'all can keep me honest. You can keep me working toward my goals. And in fact, having an accountability partner is going to be a big part of where it says develop the skills, knowledge, and abilities required for the job. There's so much under bullet point number 5 here, and that includes you creating a personal learning network, identifying accountability partners, uh, and accountability partner is somebody who's also learning. So this is why big educational communities like what's that one that comes to mind? There's God, I can't remember any of them now. What's that big thing online where you can go learn and get a tech career? There's a number of them. Anyway, there's these big old communities. But a big thing that they have, those successful ones, is they'll have you meetups outside of the website. They'll organize Code Academy. No. The Code Academy is one, but it's the other one that kind of rivals Code Academy. Free Code Camp, yeah. Free Code Camp I think the one's the most successful thing Free Code Camp's done, and I've been critical of them in the past. I think the owner kind of is annoyed by me. Free Code Camp, by the way, was created by uh a guy and another person who went to a web dev boot camp and came out of it with the idea that they were going to create a school to teach web development. They'd never done it. They never actually had a job in it. They didn't have any knowledge about and they've successfully more or less, but when they first came out, I was super critical because I was like, okay, people who have no shit what they're talking about have come out and decided to charge people to teach them. And it kind of annoyed me because I started a company to teach what I know and had been doing for 20 years. And and it was a little tiny hole in the wall kind of company. And they came out this big grandiose, everybody's asking me, what do you think of Free Code Camp? It's so awesome. I'm like, yeah, it's exactly what you expect by somebody who just came out of a 3-week boot camp and made a company to teach it. That's exactly what it is. And I made a video against it, which I've since taken down. That video got more hits than almost any of my videos except for my Rust video. And it was all about why Free Code Camp was a massive failure. I sent people through the entire web Free Code Camp thing, and none of them could write a web page. No, it was a test. Took them a month, and it was just regurgitating stuff. But the really good thing about Free Code Camp, I didn't want to be too negative, is they've since grown into a place for you to network with other people. So you have other people that are learning. Oh God, I probably should take a break. Go blow my nose. All right, I'll be back. Here, go put some music on or something. Mm. All right. You had to hear all that, right? And because I have my mic on. You hear me blow my nose and all that shit? Oh my God. Oh well. It's a good thing I didn't like pee or something. I forgot I had my mic on. FCC feels like tutorial hell. Yeah, I never see anything more advanced than beginner tutorials. Yes. Hungry Hunger Hippo, that's exactly my point. I'm so sorry for that. Oh my God. Did you hear me eating? You hear me eating my oysters too? I am such a pro streamer. Don't be me. Like learn your lessons. Yeah. Horrible, Rob. I'm being kick. All right. So actually this makes me feel really good already right here because now I know I have to have like guardrails when I do mentoring sessions. So develop the skills, knowledge, and abilities required by the job, manage your tech career effectively. So this is pretty much it. We could come up with the I don't know, the six-sided geometric shape of techness. How about that? If that was suffocating. I was also suffocating, yes. Oh my God. You guys, should I just delete this video? I think I probably should just delete it. It's like nobody wants to hear me like smelling stuff, my oysters. You want to keep it up? Okay, fine. Even though I like in terms of like streamers on YouTube, peeing okay, whacking off your pink panties less okay. Talisman, good to see you. Talisman's in the house. Appreciate you being here. I love having you here. You're so funny. You really keep me laughing. How's the trip? The trip was so awesome. I can't even say. Only one panic attack. Uh, it's really weird because I haven't had panic attacks in my life until the last probably the last 2 years. I've had a lot. Yeah, my pink panties. Last 2 years, I've had more panic attacks. I've had panic attacks than it wasn't a thing before, but it is now. So I thought I was kind of cured of it, and then I had one while at my visit. So it was kind of ugly, but I got through it because I had some good friends help me get through it. So moral of the story to those of you out there who struggle, find people that will have your back. You started having them after you got when you were in college, then they stopped after college. Interesting. Interesting. I think a lot of us, the more I ask around and I meet people, uh, and I talk with, friends new and old, I find that a lot of people, especially right now, are quietly struggling with winter depression and panic and anxiety, both from everything that's going on right now, and that they don't have the natural things in place to help them get through it. And by the way, this is a relevant topic when we look at the development of skills and a knowledge and how to do your career, manage your tech career, uh, and you know this is a part of it. So manage your tech career and life effectively. So if you don't do this, you'll end up dying in your 40s from uh an embolism or a blood clot in your leg, or you'll end up becoming type 2 diabetic because you're constantly full of cortisol because you have so much stress. There are a lot of health considerations. Um, and I do want to talk about those because I feel like when I have forgotten or when people have forgotten that I know, their entire lifestyles, that doesn't matter. Your tech career doesn't matter. So thankfully, I have there. My work has a program to help with this kind of thing. So I'm gonna reach out to them. Let's see. I can confirm that you'll bulge a disc and never sit for 30 minutes again if you don't take care of your posture. Right? We can almost laugh at our own mistakes before. I had all these people that are obsessed with mechanical keyboards. I had a girl in 1998 who, in her 20s, had to go into for massive surgery for carpal tunnel because of a mechanical keyboard. There's a reason low-profile keyboards were invented, people. There's a reason they were invented, and that's so that your wrists don't suffer. You know, and there's a lot of young people that are really into mechanical keyboards. I'm like, great, good for you. Good luck having carpal tunnel because you will. You'll get it if you spend any amount of time on that for a long time. You'll get it. And this is a lot of you might not ever get it, but I watched this woman go through the pain and suffering of carpal tunnel because of her mechanical keyboard that she worked on all the time, and she was in her 20s. And I was like, I mean, that's why I remember it. Anyway, you have it a lot. Do you have a mechanical keyboard? I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just making a non-scientific, survey. You had many cancer, oh, surgery, chemo too as well. Really? And yes, you do have a mechanical keyboard, right? You watch, you watch. I have seen so many people. There's like this resurgence. There's this resurgence of carpal tunnel, and every single time it's been somebody on a mechanical keyboard. And the people that are using Mac keyboards and flat keyboards are not getting it. So, best thing I've done since Burn Camp. Yeah, absolutely. Working out is fantastic. I agree. I think working out builds strength. You also want to do antagonistic muscle stuff. I learned this from climbing. I'm a big climber now. Most accidents happen in the kitchen, probably. Hey, Amber, how you doing? Resurgence of Rob ranting. This is nice. There absolutely is. Hey, Jalopy. Kinesis M-Wave. It's helped a lot. Is that the one that's got the split? If you're gonna do the mechanical thing, then yeah, at least get yourself like you don't need that if your keyboard doesn't have a lot of travel. You don't need it. Uh, you made the nerve issue worse than your thumb. Really? Wow. It required partial paralysis. Oh my God. You can voice to text? Sheesh. You might have mini strokes. Oh, thanks for the cheers, Talisman. Appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Um, I mean, okay, so when we're talking about ergonomic things. I have a quick story. So when I was in CS 101, which it was the last computer science class in college I ever took. And it was horrible. They in order to pass the test, we had to code in pencil in the testing center. It was insane. And trackball, a lot of people have been using trackball. Ergo Justice, yes. Anyway, there was a guy in there that I was super impressed with, and he was mostly blind, and he would stick his one good eye up against the screen and look at every single thing he typed as he typed it. And I keep thinking now, I mean, this would not have addressed the issue for him, but I'm like super paranoid about hurting my hands. It's actually one of the reasons I put off coding for climbing in the gym for years. My ex reminded me of that because I said that I'm like obsessed with climbing. I'm not going to move anywhere. One of the reasons I'm moving back to North Carolina is the climbing gym. The climbing gym in Mooresville is the best climbing gym I've seen. It outranks everything in Utah. And I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's not as big as some of the ones in Utah, but its layout and how awesome it is. I'm super excited to go there. Why is this relevant? Because um my wife and I, she was really into climbing, and we went climbing actually on our honeymoon. And and I kind of gave up climbing, and she reminded me that we did that because I didn't want to hurt my hands. Yeah. And uh in the process of that, that really kind of woke me up. But what I'm realizing now, this is kind of ironic, but as long as you're, good to you're relatively good to your hands, you don't really abuse them. Climbing and building strength in your people get carpal tunnel and climbers get carpal tunnel too, right? So like all the stuff that I learned, like antagonistic exercises in your hands and forearms from climbing, it all applies to tech because it actually makes me a faster typist and a stronger typist, probably a better gamer if I did that anymore. I don't do gaming anymore. Your body, yeah, your hands and your feet, your body will follow. Absolutely. You need to keep like insist on Fridays for study was golden. Yeah. Well, okay, so you know, sort of out of panic, I unpublished all my videos, and I'm going to be going back to a lot of those videos and going through them and seeing where they go. Uh, but yeah. But see, that's kind of this all kind of goes under this, right? So this is the overarching topics. Uh, what do we want to call this? Main topics. Do we want to use sentence case or do we want to use title case? That's always a question. Um, we want to call it weaknesses or challenges. Understand the tech industry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I don't like making these noises. Maybe it's time for me to stop streaming. When I stop talking, it happens more. Culture, companies, jobs. Uh, life is an RPG. It kind of is. There are some. I mean, we're going to talk about the difference between skills, knowledge, and abilities. SKAs, as they call them, at Target. When my ex-wife was a Target person. I am sick. Yes. Did you? Are you the one that made me sick? Next time we should not make out as much, or share a guacamole bowl. Neither of which we did. Disassociated limb. Oh boy, God, I cannot imagine talisman. And infected. I feel like poop. Why is everybody sick? I didn't make you sick. You made me sick. So there. Freaking no. It's because you've been kissing all them women out there. Share your saliva with your new significant other. I know. I was kind of joking. I know all them women equals one. I know. Yeah. Let's just say I had much more contact with people over the course of those 4 days. So you're probably right. It was probably me. Just the airline alone. So what do we think in terms of schedule? Well, that's the problem. Okay. So every other time that I put the schedule, so March, Sundays, it's definitely going to be Sundays. Yes, I'm moving back to NC Jalopy. In September 15th, I'm moving back. So, you know, stay tuned. I'm going to be moving myself, all by myself. Yeah, it's going to be scary. I'm kind of scared. It's going to be just me, you know, my spring chicken body moving couches and shit. I do have friends, but they are not large. I might have to get Mark and Bell to come help me move. I'll go pick them up and have them help me move my truck in. I'm not even kidding. I might have to help you guys help me. Can you? Oh my God. Thank you so much, Mark. Mark could probably lift a piano. My God, such a strong dude. You look really strong to me. You really do. You really look really strong. Yeah, you, Mark and Bell are gonna come help me move my shit in. It's my new place. I'm swearing again. I'm not supposed to swear. Yeah. September-ish time frame. So it'd be probably September 16th or 17th or something. And no, I'm not bringing a piano. I've seriously thought about bringing a piano back with me. Hire the college hunks to move. That's a good idea. I could do that. I could hire the college hunks to move. Yeah, buy them some pizza or donuts or something. Uh, to build a bot for him again. Yeah, build me a moving bot. Really, I'm only gonna bring a couch back. I thought about bringing 2 couches back, but I looked at my apartment and it's not gonna be big enough. My apartment's barely big enough for a single couch. Yeah, so I know the exact apartment that I'm gonna get. I just haven't signed up for it yet because it's not till September. So I have to go through the entire summer and everything here. Get a bigger apartment. I could, but I don't want to. It's like I could use that money for other things that are much more interesting and entertaining, such as paying for my kid to move to Burbank or whatever. Yeah, I'm yeah, I'm gonna I don't tell you my exact numbers, but I'm gonna be saving $700 by moving into a one bedroom as opposed to a three bedroom. Yeah. So that's a lot of money. And that's good because I need to give that money to my kids because they're not, you know, they're gonna go live in California eventually. Eventually they're gonna live in California and that's not cheap. So they gotta build up some money. Anyway, that's my personal details. Here we go, Cat 5 bot. Thoughts and gears are spinning, but I gotta get Cat 5. Maybe, yeah. I'm gonna pay off my tax lien from starting my company and have my attorney, I mean my accountant screw me over. Yeah, it's gonna be all paid off this year, thank God. I cannot I could make an entire book on all the mistakes you could make starting a company in the United States. Mistake number 1, hire a shitty accountant that your buddy who does all his transactions in cash recommends. I got so screwed by that. So screwed. And then I got hit with a really expensive tax lien because of it. And then he's gone. He's like out of the state. I do live a strange life. I definitely do. My life has been I was thinking that today, you know. I was thinking I was actually sitting on the John texting my sister, who has also had a strange life recently. And we were just like, well, at least it's been fun. We've lived exotic, you know, exciting lives. Taxes are horrible. I know. You're back from ads. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about the ads thing. I wish I could make them go away I could make them go away, but then I don't get any money, so no. A very heavy dose of recursion. Oh God, I know. Talisman, tell me something I don't know. Okay, so I'm not gonna get into the details, but let's just put it this way. My family, elements of my family, important people in my family are now living in North Carolina. So, you know, I'm going back to be near them. And if you had told me that last year I was gonna be moving right back, I would have slapped you and I would have been really upset. Uh, yeah. Affiliate status. Yeah, I'm not doing it. I did that once. Talk about recursion. Last year you told me I was coming back. You were right. You were totally right. You go, I can't wait for the next trip of you coming back to North Carolina because you love it so much. Well, you were right. I give it okay. The difference between me moving back to Mooresville and moving to Logan is, and believe me, moving to Logan was largely selfish as well. I moved out here to be next to extended family, which I have connected with and had a lot of fun with, and gotten to meet and give lots of hugs to and help out financially and all the sorts of good stuff. So this has been a glorious year for me. I really, and I look forward to it still even more. I have the whole summer to spend with them. But there's been a couple things that I have learned since I came here. One is I don't like the snow. I thought I was going to be all excited about the snow and to do snow sports and everything like that. And I don't know if it's because I have been in absolutely pristine green North Carolina my entire last 25 years, but I do not like snow. I can't tell and it's hard for me to come to this realization because I used to ski a lot and I like snowboarding and I snowboarded that one time in Nagano. I'm not against snow sports and stuff, but I would rather be doing other things. And I would rather have mild temperatures than snow. Um, Bottom line, that's it. Yeah, I used to really love snow, and now I don't like it as much. Yeah. Uh, so yeah. So I'm not a fan of snow now. My buddy from work is going to Vail this weekend. Next on Monday. It's gonna be in Vail. I the reason people move from New York to North Carolina, they call them halfbacks. They move to Florida, it's too hot, then they move halfway back. North Carolina has the absolute perfect temperate temperature. It gets cold enough in the fall to be sweater weather and have fun with that and to be a little bit overcast, but it doesn't get so cold usually. I mean, if it does actually snow like it did this year, it's a huge novelty and everybody gets excited because they haven't seen it before and they don't know what to do with it. It's not like average. Another thing too, Logan and Utah, they're not even getting snow here. So the whole thing about moving to a place where there's snow and go skiing, it's snowed maybe 3 times this entire winter. It's really crazy. So there's really nowhere to even ski or anything. And skiing, I thought I was going to get into skiing. To ski, you can't ski. Skiing is $130 for a single day pass. Minimum. That's a good deal. So then I was like, all of those winter sports and everything, like backcountry skiing, maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try snow biking. Maybe I'll try hiking. Maybe I'll try. The only thing will miss is rock climbing. But the other thing I have to admit is that my rock climbing interests are basically end with climbing indoors. Because climbing outside, there's so many other things you can do when you're out of doors that you could go mountain biking, you could go scrambling, you could go hiking, you can do lots of great things outside, paddleboarding. But when you try to focus on climbing outdoors, which I've found I still need to get lead certified this summer, um, then you have to have a belay partner. That means you have to get in with a tight-knit group. You have to organize a trip. Then you travel to a crag and you go climbing in the crag with your buddies. And you can do that in North Carolina, Linville Gorge, Stone Mountain. There's some good climbing there. So, uh, yeah. And I'll always be and by the way, the climbing in Southern Utah, for example, kind of sucks. It's all crack climbing. It's all trad and crack climbing, and I don't want to do any of that. So I'm not interested in track climbing. It's super dangerous. People die all the time on unzipping and stuff, and I don't want to do that, including Chris Nova. And we don't know how she died, but she died several years ago. So as much as I enjoy being outdoors and rock climbing, it's more about the sensation of being outdoors. So scrambling is something you can do. It's usually associated with rock climbing, where you get on all fours and climb up these really precarious, steep cat fours versus fives. Fives require gear. And then you get to the place where you're gonna do the climb. Yeah, Chris. And so, in fact, that's actually one of the reasons I joined the Alpine Club, and I got all of they have a publication that shows all the people who died last year and how come they died. And after reading through that, I'm like, I knocked my teeth out on my bike. I'm not gonna be doing as much road biking anymore. Um, I will be doing biking, but it's not gonna be necessarily road biking. I don't know. Well, we don't know. I don't have enough room for all my bikes if I move back to Mooresville. I'll be buying another storage unit. At that point, my savings in is gonna be gone. So I'm gonna be getting rid of a lot of stuff, including possibly my road bike. I don't know. I'm still on the fence on that one. I really like my road bike a lot, but um, I don't know. Just trying. Optimize his life continuously, whatever that means. Yes, I do. Okay. And right now, the optimization of my life is giving more back, and that's something I did realize. I go through this cycle. I don't know how many. You talk about recursion, talisman. This is recursion for me. I like, oh no, I'm never streaming again. It's bad for my health. I spend all my time doing it. And then I'm like, oh, I have to do something to help other people, and so I go back to doing it. I have this like eternal loop. So I'm gonna try to do that. I mean, God, Jalopy knows more than anyone. Speaking of which, Jalopy, guess what? I got I got this really, really great gimbal. Remember we went through the gimbal phase? I got this really great gimbal. Hey Pixel, how you doing? Good to see you. You moved? Good for you, Jalopy. Um, God, I'm really sorry, everybody. I don't know what to do about this other than to embarrass you and myself with gross snot noises. I don't like it. Okay, what are we saying here? So this is what do we want to call this? This is called we'll say tech uh boost your beginner what do we say? Tech career beginner boost. Beginner boost your tech career. Put your marketing hat on, guys. Beginner boost your tech career. You're here for the snot noises. More bits just for the snot noises. Dayloop, what's up? You don't hear them? They got cut out. 10x your beginning. I like that. MM. That's pretty good. Yeah. I feel like this is the main thing. I feel like all this stuff down here is kind of like make the best use of your time, focus on gameplay employment, conference is largely a waste of time. I this is kind of left over from before. Uh I feel like a lot of we're gonna be writing a lot of this as we go. This is something that is always this thing with me is I generally will have an outline, but I will redo the outline every year. Don't become paralyzed. Oh God. Talisman, I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry. Let me see if I can make it rain. Yeah, it's rainy. That's not very good rain, but that's rain. Yeah, don't become paralyzed. Although you can at least talk into that's the whole thing I was going with the carpal tunnel thing. So if you hurt your hands climbing or something, you can still code because you can actually write too. In fact, I've been doing a lot more writing. I'm working on a novel. In fact, the focus of my existence when I go back to North Carolina will be finishing my novel or two. I have probably a three novel series coming that I really want to finish, and I've been working on that a lot. Uh, and no more news on that. It's not about tech at all. Uh, do you want to really live the tech lifestyle, know thyself, managing frustration, get a tech job, PTP, knowledge management. Okay, so let's make sure all these other things are under one of these main topics. I wanna get kind of to the point so that when people digest this information, they're not overwhelmed. Uh, so, but this will be kind of like I don't know how many. Somebody asked how much time this is going to take, but we could probably do an estimate here pretty soon about how long each of these topics is going to take to talk about. This is inevitably this is what causes me to bow down to uh the weight of the expectation to just show me how to code. because that's what people ultimately want. They don't, which is just one tiny part of getting a tech job and maintaining one. So, uh, you know, Dragon came out. Uh, the phone can't understand a word I can say. It just decides whatever it wants to. Knowledge management. Let's make sure knowledge management is here. Develop the skills, knowledge, and abilities. So yeah, I'm gonna say develop and maintain. I know he can do the job, but can he get the job? I know he can get the job, but can he do the job? So this goes here. One of the reasons I don't like having an outline is because when I freebase, is that a thing? I tend to remember and prioritize the stuff that's most relevant for today based on my own experience in a tech job. This is another reason I'm going to work all the way till 67 because not only will I get a much better Social Security check, but my knowledge will remain more relevant as I help others. And I have absolutely observed this. I've observed this at work. There are people at work who have not done this, and their skills have slid. And it's pretty obvious, and they would be the first ones to tell you that's true. So work to the grave. I actually have thought about that. I've thought about working even past 67 based on the money I make. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I just got a raise, by the way. I just got a raise in a kick-ass performance rating. I mean, yeah, bonus. So, yeah. I don't know all the details, but anyway, I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Somebody from work's gonna see this. I gotta be careful. I am so bad, right? This is why my ex is terrified. She's like, you can't help yourself. I'm like, oh, you're probably right about that. Oh well. Meaning we will be hopefully get better tools and have more targeted learning. Well, yeah, yeah. I That's why. So by having an outline, I think this is one of the things that hobbles traditional education. So I know this because I when I ran my own school ish, I couldn't call it a school for legal taxation reasons and stuff. It was a learning community, but one of the things I learned is I wanted to become AP certified so that I could teach AP computer science to particularly young people. And I went through all of the hassle and everything. I actually talked to the inventor of the AP computer science exam. I was super fortunate to just reach out to them in email and they answered me. And they it was so funny because they just like let loose about all the things that are wrong with it now. And God, I got that. I should probably find that email somewhere. That would be really fun to go back through. But because I was just super curious. I was like, what's the deal? And that was when I found out that in order for any program to certify for AP Computer Science, it has to do certain things, and it has to meet those criteria. And if it doesn't meet those criteria, you can't do it. So they don't have it. There's different AP Computer Science classes, but one of them has latitude to do whatever they want. The other one doesn't. And then I found out, so more than that, I was like, hey, I want to get accredited. I thought, hey, I could be accredited. Like a college, right? A college computer science program gets accreditation, right? Well, the entire, I learned way more, me, I deep dive and everything. And I learned way more about the process of accreditation and why it is destroying tech education in the college university sector. Because this is part of what I'm talking about with the outlining. So in order to stay accredited, you have to have your curriculum like completely laid out. You have to have a syllabus and everything. I'm so sorry. And then you have to have that syllabus approved by an accreditation committee that is completely political and outside the realm of your college. And they also don't get around to doing it because they're overburdened. And there are accreditation organizations that have been sued and fined and everything because they like short circuit all that and give you an accreditation. And they've been blackballed in the industry and everything. It's like a whole shit show. It's insane just to get accreditation. So the next time you see that a college is accredited, just know it doesn't mean shit. It means that that college is guaranteed to be unable to keep up with the trends and technology required for you to get a job. You've been about talking about. Oh, Kreger, how you doing? Yeah, knowledge management. There's lots of ways of doing it. Obsidian, Zettelkasten, all that. Classic red tape tell. Yeah. So what this means is that there is no college on planet Earth that will be able to teach you the skills to get a job in the tech industry. The end. Working as a professor in computer science is not a tech industry job. Sorry, hate to break it to you. That is not. That is an academia job. And they cannot. So the reason that they're so tame in what they teach you and why they don't teach you, God, they don't even teach you Linux. At MIT, they call it the lost semester or something, and that's where they teach you Linux. It's like extra. It's not even core. It's totally ass backwards. And the reason is because they can maintain their accreditation if they put the things in the syllabus for accreditation that do not change. Because every time they change their curriculum, they have to reapply for accreditation. And that process takes a year or more. And if anybody in the tech industry knows this, the tech industry does not move from 1 month to the next. You want to not even know what you're going to get. What if academia is a scam? It absolutely is a scam. We need it for other reasons. Tech academia is a scam. I'm not going to say learning history is a scam for academia. I don't agree with that. There are certain things like linguistics and culture and literature. There are a lot of things that academia excels at. And quite honestly, academia was developed around this kind of Oxford idea of education, which became what it is today. But then they tried to put other things in there, and then they couldn't get anybody to come. So now they have an esports team to try to get people to come to the school. And then they get out of there, and oh, hey, they might be able to brag about their team winning the last esports competition, but they don't have a fucking job. It's a total scam. There are scam artists in it for sure. Yeah. You're gonna cost some money, right? So anyway, why did I say all that? Because um, you know, as I'm deleting this outline that I already made, I have an instinct in me that says, "Oh, why am I deleting this? I can reuse it." And the truth is that this I want to hold on to my outline and reevaluate it is actually, I think, a pejorative thing because I actually kind of want to rethink this every time, fresh, every single time. So I would do beginner boost every year because there was no AI a year ago. Year or two ago, talking about AI as a tech career was not even a thing. Uh, Constructed outline of the decline of educational system technology. Well, I've been studying that for a long time, Thomas, but it's kind of one of my favorite like doomsday things to study. And there's lots of people you can read on this. Paula Frary, Sir Ken Robbins. I'm running out I'm running out of charge. I gotta plug my phone in. Give me a sec. So yeah. Anyway, putting kids into massive debt with no way to get out. I know, right? And then they kill themselves because they're in debt and they have no prospects and they're all sad. Slyborg! Oh, one of my favorite beginners out there. So good to see you, Slyborg. We were just like slamming on how tech education. How's your tech education going? Oh, look at that. Jalopy's right on it. Hack the planet. Hell yeah. I used to have that as a thing. Do I still have it? I think I have it as a thing. Oh, no, it's not. We'll do this one.
Твой софт говно.
Sorry?
Software shit.
Not in the dot files. Yeah. Who else we got? Wait, what? Oh, wait, where's Please Clap? Where's Please Clap?
Please clap.
All software shit. It's so together. This is a bash script we wrote in a day for the hell of it. It was really fun. It was super fun. Sometimes coding is fun, children. Happy day. Let's write some code. Sometimes it is. Except the keyword is planet. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Let's try it. I think I don't. I might not have downloaded the video. No, the video's not there. I that means the video didn't get downloaded. I apologize. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
And then
The Mr. Rogers of coding. You getting back into code? Good. So, sidebar. I'm sorry, guys. I have a cold, so I'm like sniffling and everything. It's really gross. I no. I'm sorry. Okay, so to all the people who just joined, or anyone really, so all this stuff is on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and in the afternoon on Sunday, my time. So probably 3, maybe 4. I'm going to be doing 3-hour beginner boost streams. And if you want to know what we're going to cover, this is it: how to get a job, understanding yourself, what job you want to target, how to get the stuff. Can he? I know he can do the job, but can he get the job, etc. Develop and maintain those skills. Like this is knowledge management, Lodocaster versus Obsidian versus blah, and then how to manage your career, like how to stay balanced, how to not slip a disc. We were talking about this earlier, and everybody, all these tech veterans, immediately gave the reasons that they, have health problems because of tech. So we're going to talk about this is the first time ever. I've always kind of hinted at these other edgy topics. We are not going to talk about Kate's. We'll talk about um, we'll talk about technologies that you should learn, but we're not going to talk specifically about how to do Kate's. Okay, so I happen to do Kubernetes every day. That's my job. I'm a high performance machine learning systems development engineer, SysDE. So I spend all my time, keeping, $15,000 GPUs working. Case will get you a job like that. Misha's a good friend and follower. If you're going to learn Kate specifically, I would say go talk to Hetanis or Misha. In fact, this year, I'm really, really going to make as much of this content about tech jobs that don't involve coding or operations even. I have a lot of people watching the Beginner Boost this year who are non-technical, who maybe some of them don't even know what computer to get, or they don't even know how to use a terminal or what it is. Some of them are, struggling with typing even. Given our situation in the world right now, um, a lot of people don't believe they can learn tech job skills. There is this absolute drought of tech professionals at the high level or even the medium level because people don't think they can learn it and none of the schools are teaching them this. So my goal in this beginner boost more than ever before is to help people break into the tech industry, whether it's being a salesperson, a recruiter, a coder, a case engineer, a cloud native developer, or a hacker. And then we're going to talk about it in a holistic way before we dive into the specifics that are universal, such as learning Linux, learning the terminal, learning how to code, and what languages to code in that are universal, and which languages helping you identify what languages to learn. So we will learn to code pretty early on, and I actually have a container designed to go with this boost, so you want to go take a look at it. Um, let me go ahead and do this gh repo view web. So this is the container. I'm actually modifying the container right now. It's got a bug in the Vim, but you can go if you want to get ready for this. You can go use my container. This has proven to be the fastest way to get going to start coding. So I need to paste it to you somehow. Let me see if I can find it. But it's actually if you just go to RWX Raw Boost. RWX Rob /boost on GitHub, you can find it. You don't need me to do this. I don't need to paste it. You know where to go. But yeah, go there, and we're gonna learn about containers right off the gate, and you're gonna start using them from the beginning. When is the Beginner Boost stream happening? Beginner Boost streams, the first one is this Sunday. And so you can come here if you don't, it's going to be obviously saved. So thank you for that, Jalopy. Appreciate it. So the first one's going to be Sunday afternoon. Let's actually pick a date. Let's say, I should put it on my Twitch calendar, actually. I should do that right now. You're learning some AWS and GCP in 1 week. And generally learning some Linux. But after a couple of years of this, it's still not working. It's because probably you don't have the depth yet. If you can't get a job, it's because you don't have the proof that you can do the job, or you have not sufficiently targeted a specific job because you don't know what you want to do. And we talk about this a lot. I talked about it already tonight. People say, "What should I learn to get a job in tech?" And they say, "What language should I learn?" Or they say worse than all. They'll say, "Well, I want to learn Python." Well, why? Why do you want to learn Python? Well, I heard it's really great at AI. Well, yeah. What job do you want to do in AI? People don't know. So I really am going to hit this hard. I've always, in the past, I've always, relented to people who just want to learn how to code and done that first, and then proceeded to teach them Python or Bash or whatever, and without them having any idea of what they want to do with it. And I am going to, this is the nature, this is where the term skill stack came from, knowing what your skill stack needs to be for the job you want to get. And that means knowing what you want to do. And I guarantee you, somebody out there listening to me right now is like, I don't know what I want to do. And for 13 years, 10 years, when I taught from year 2013, when I started SkillStack, the number one thing I had to help people with was to figure out what they wanted to do in the tech industry, if anything. Sometimes they didn't. Programming is just tools, right? They're just tools. They're just means to end. That's why when people say, "Oh, you should use Python versus Rust or whatever," I'm like, "Okay, that's like saying you should use a ball peen hammer versus a claw hammer. Who gives a shit?" You know, it's the right tool for the job. It's silly. You'd never say that. You know, um, it feels like I'm being an entrepreneur. I would love the entrepreneur thing. I can't get behind that because I failed as an entrepreneur. Pretty seriously, by making a bunch of wrong mistakes. I could probably teach you everything not to do. So don't fund it with credit cards on your own. Don't fund it with your own retirement. Don't hire an accountant who is recommended by somebody who takes cash for all his transactions. Don't don't live in the place where you're doing it. Like, go get a grant instead. You know, I'm a horrible entrepreneur because I don't suck cock the way entrepreneurs do that succeed. There, I said it. By the way, I have a potty mouth right now because I'm informal. When we do the actual boost, I will be a little more less Californication mouth. Why don't we live in the same place? Seems like the same time saver. Oh, that would be. I'm going to be living in North Carolina soon, so that's 2 hours difference. Touch on Slurm basics. Nope. Nope. I'm not going to do anything. Slurm is a good thing, my friends. System Master, if you have something about Slurm that you want to complain about, please be open about it, because we are deploying it right now and it is saving us a ton of money, and we are hiring all kinds of people to do it. I think Slurm is as important as Kubernetes. So, how do you show proof of skill? That depends on the job. It depends on the job. I just released a video. I just re-released a video and made it visible again, called Why Certify. It's right here. It's like, and it talks about certification and whether you need it or not. That's what this whole scale is about. And people are really, dogmatic about, well, you should get a certification, sometimes you shouldn't. And what I'm telling you right now is the same sort of things we're going to cover in the boost. So you need to be able, yeah. So employment is about trust. I say this a million times. Employment is about trust. So if you want to get a job, you have to produce trust between the person's going to pay you and you have to prove it. And the way that you prove that you can do the job and they can trust you depends on the job. And certs are not a scam for certain things. If you're going to work a government job in cybersecurity, certs are required. If you're going to work as an electrical engineer, certs are required, particularly if you're an electrician. If you're a doctor, without a particular credential, you can't do it at all. Cert is just a credential. Sometimes the credentials vary. If you're going to go be an actor or an actress, it's all about reputation. There's no I'm a certified actor, I'm a certified writer. It's like what produces trust? Well, they've written these things and look at how awesome they are. And so the whole entire approach to getting a job is overly trivialized by people who say just get a cert or don't get a cert. It really depends on the job. And you can't know what the job is until you know what you want to do. And you can't know what you want to do until you know yourself. Period. This is the thing that makes most people uncomfortable. The hardest thing to do on the entire list here is knowing what you want. And I promise you, half the people watching me right now, the people who come across me on YouTube, the number one problem that's stopping them from getting a job is because they don't know what they want. They don't know who they want to be. They don't know who they are. They don't know what makes them happy. They don't know what makes them feel like they have a, that they're good at. They don't know those things. Period. Shrooms. Absolutely. The first step should be shrooms. Go on a vision quest. Absolutely. That's classic Pixel. That's classic lopsided Pixel right there. Cue the clip of the flowers in Idaho. By the way, Gordon's talking about moving back to Moscow, so I might get to go up there again. This is just lore if you don't know. I've done a lot of streaming. Like a frog and grab your laptop. Someone quote that. Someone quote that. We need a mod to quote that. Someone. Oh my god, that is so awesome. This is why I miss streaming. The people in my streams are hilarious. The bot's down? Oh damn. I need to get the bot back up. Someone like right knowing what I want is the money. You know what? Saying that you just want money and want whatever pays best is fine. Move to North Carolina, #2 job growth in the nation. Get a finance job, proceed to ka-ching, and then do your creative endeavor on the side. I've actually toyed with that idea. I've toyed with the idea of hopping ships and working in. But don't tell my boss this. Are they watching? My boss isn't watching right now, are they? No, I'm not going to do that. You know why? Because it's so much more work. Like sell out and suck finance corporate cock and make all that sweet, sweet money, and then do whatever the hell else you want to do. Buy a laundromat. I mean, why not? Buy a Subway chain. Get a franchise. It just depends on what you want to do. That's all I'm saying. You're gonna grab some Z's. Yeah, Sysmaster, thank you for joining. Try to catch the other stream. Yeah, I'm gonna be around a lot more. I don't want to be around too much. I want to like limit myself, but yeah. You'd be a hell of a gas station owner. You would. You'd be great. Would you be like a Gomer Pyle? You guys don't know that. That's like an ancient reference. I'm moving back to the land of Mayberry. Why am I excited? I don't know. Anyway, all right, let's get back to it. So, why am I deleting all of this stuff? Which Linux distro, which desktop, blah, 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 blah. These are all things, but they don't need like bullet points, right? Because they're going to come out when we talk about the higher end sort of stuff, right? Frankly, all of these details are, hey, Cosmo Kramer, how you doing? Good to see you. Kubernetes for HPCML. Okay, so we're not going to talk about Kubernetes and Slurm other than during this. I might talk about it in other tech streams, but in this capacity, we're only going to talk about the technologies that exist today for lots of reasons, but one of them is I don't want to date this video too much, right? So we're going to be focusing on skills, knowledge, and abilities such as Linux, coding and Python, coding and whatever. And we're going to be learning those things because they universally apply to all tech careers. And I've spent an extraordinarily large amount of time figuring out what the common denominator skills are that a hacker, in fact, I wrote about this. Let me pull it up. I think I still have it someplace. Um, uh, yeah, because you can't, I don't know what the hell is going on, Robert. Robert, here we go. So, I think RWX.GG is still there. It's old. Yeah, this is way out of date. Um, because things change too fast, right? So become an autodidact. This is one of the biggest pieces of it. Um, yeah, learning from the lab, not lecture halls. Master Linux Bash terminal. So this is code all the things, get a good get good to gig, research or reach out, play this page. You can actually type. This is kind of fun. You guys are gonna play my video game. This is really cool. I'm gonna play a new game. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Where's Mark to make fun of me? Is an open knowledge project that seeks to provide practical. Just one game. This is a distraction. You can turn any of your web pages into a game, into a typing game. Chrome Labs, not. Did Chloe write this? No. No, this is old. This is like, God. This is more than 10 years old. I didn't write any of this. No. This is a, it's called Z-Type. You can basically turn any web page into a typing game. It's pretty cool. Anyway, creator comment, share alike. I had, here's a boost, right? So, oh wait, that's interesting. We gotta change the name. It's not the Linux Community Boost. I need to change that right now. Actually, I think we can put this in the main one. Yeah. I know we can do the job. Resources on Slurm? No, I haven't had any. I actually need to find them. I need to learn Slurm myself. I've been converting all of our old command systems in Perl to use Slurm commands. So scancel, sq. I was trying to get the list of all the jobs that are designed. I have to go look this up. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so super sorry about my nose, which is getting cut off from my video too. All right, so here are the jobs that are used. So when it gets to the tech thing, these are the primary jobs that I've used based on the fastest growing jobs, and these are growth rates from 2018, I want to say. So this has totally changed. And there's no prompt engineer, there's none of that stuff here. I know these are super outdated. So, but the place to go learn about it is the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. You can go out here and look it all up. Computer and research jobs, which by the way, the prompt engineering AI jobs are not listed under tech. They're not listed under computer information. It's really sad. So you kind of have to go look at that up. So we are going to talk about this, and we're gonna go through this, like how to become one. But I always love looking at this because the fastest growing job, so Slyborg rated, and the information security analyst job, the cybersecurity jobs are the fastest growing without a doubt. And I think the last time I checked this, I found the data programming, the data engineering one, and it was way faster than. Ooh, it's slower now. Interesting. This is slower. It was 36% or 32%. It's gone down. It's only 29% now. Yeah. So that's super interesting. I imagine it's because AI is going to decimate that entire career. It is because they can automate most of the bug bounty searching and stuff with AI now. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's already happening. AI is going to kill it. Yeah, this is a natural place for AI to be applied because it needs to try lots of things all the time. In fact, the idea of fuzzing, which is like trying lots of things until you get one that works. Uh, yeah. And I mean, even the job before AI was largely run Metasploit and see what's there and write a report. So it had already been codified, uh, 0-day vulnerability detection, that kind of stuff is AI is gonna like find that. Just like AI is gonna be finding cancer from like a picture of somebody's arm. It's going to be super easy for 0 days to be exploited. In fact, if anything, the people that are going to learn to leverage AI for bug bounty programs there's going to be a small window where they're going to make a lot of money. I compare this to when my non-technical first wife learned front page extensions, learned how to do Microsoft front page to make websites, and she made like 2 or 3 grand making a website for a corporation just by dragging and dropping stuff because nobody had figured out how easy it was to make a web page yet. And so there was a tiny little window where you could use the tool, and knowing about the tool meant that you could make a lot of money. And then everybody eventually figured it out. And then it was you couldn't make money on it anymore. Automate bug bounty before also use AI. Yeah. Replays with quasi vulnerabilities now. Interesting. I bet. I bet that's true. I bet. Yeah. So you still need somebody who's going to be able to like make sense of the vulnerabilities. The golden window is that. Yeah. So I think there is a golden window for AI and cybersecurity, and I think it's going to close eventually because I think that the AI is going to get so good at by looking at different vulnerabilities. All they really have to do is train the AI by doing the same thing that a beginning security engineer would do on Hack the Box. They go on Hack the Box, and how do you train the security engineer? You have them go through all the steps to find the vulnerability, right? Just like you would, you train an AI on images or something. We're in the early stages of it, but within 5 years, they're going to be the AIs are going to be so well trained on different, vulnerable containers and things like that, that the AI will always be faster at finding vulnerabilities and exploiting them, which should be terrifying as long as you have AIs that are working on closing those vulnerabilities as well and just as fast. They're not going to be training up people that know every single vulnerability, which is kind of how it is right now. Yeah, over leveraged AI companies. Yeah, yeah. Build a bot to play Hack the Box. Yep. Capital companies will cut down on workforce just because they can multiply predict. Yeah, agreed. So I think pen testing and bug bounty are dead. I would never ever. I'm so glad that I changed my career path in 2020. So in 2019, I started streaming because I wanted to do my offensive security, cybersecurity professional, OSCP preparation online on Twitch. And I had 400 or 500 viewers at a time. It was really great. It was fun. But in the process of that, I had somebody who owned a cybersecurity company who, by the way, I think died of COVID. They actually were talking to us from the hospital bed, and then they stopped participating rather suddenly. I to this day I don't know what happened there. Um, and they were talking to me, they were talking to us as a group about what some of you might remember this, but they were telling us what it means to be a cybersecurity professional as somebody who owned a company. And I mean, they could have been lying, but they seemed, reasonably knowledgeable about the whole field. And they were like, yeah, 56% of it is just writing reports. And it's like, oh, I don't want to do that. I want to actually code. I want to spend time on the terminal and not in Microsoft Word. And so I decided against a career, and I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad I did because everybody that went into cybersecurity is now really gonna be scared because and I've been telling people to go, I feel really bad because for 4 years, I've been telling people to go into cybersecurity because it's the fastest growing career. But I think it's one of the careers that's gonna be most decimated by AI. So I could never in good conscience recommend somebody go into cybersecurity today. I just couldn't do it. And I chose to stay in operations, and operations, systems development engineers, these are positions that are still gonna be very high paying because you're keeping the high performance machine learning, things running, and you are maintaining them in ways that cannot be done by AI. Blue teaming, defending networks, there's still careers there, and I still feel like they're gonna be important. Uh, well, DevSecOps is a thing too. Um, you know, I don't know. I mean, if we go by the numbers, it's still growing. It's still a career path. Uh, I think so. Coding. People say coding's been decimated by AI. I don't agree. I think it's probably going to affect general coder jobs as much as it's going to affect AI. I mean, general security jobs. Um, but operations, machine learning, high performance computing, machine learning operations, that is a solid career. In fact, the thing about that career, even better than that, is writing code that facilitates all of that stuff because then you can leverage AI, but you're still coming up with architectural decisions and things that the AI can't do. Um, and I don't think it ever will be able to do it. AI cannot look at all of the aspects of a system and figure out where the opportunities to save money are. It doesn't do that very well. That still takes an architect. Bepe's, yeah. Commercial AI, yeah, I believe it. I mean, it can, but not the same way. It can't assess. I'm sorry. I need a napkin. I need a something that's wipe my snot. I'm so sorry. This is so gross. This is so gross. I mean, OpenAI already has it in their plan to make subscriptions exponentially more expensive in the next few years. Yep, they're not going to be able to pay. Well, what's gonna happen is the companies that can pay for it are gonna benefit, right? But at the same time, Google is now putting AI into its general queries, so the common person is gonna be able to have AI through Google. Because Google's gonna die if they don't do it. When ChatGPT came out, I was like, why would you even use Google to search anymore? And I can deal, you know, I feel like you have a little bit more control over the algorithm with ChatGPT because it knows you versus Google they're showing you whatever the fuck they want. At least right now, ChatGPT doesn't do that. I think it will eventually, but it doesn't do it yet. So, and then there's going to be the whole personal AI models that's coming too. So our team toyed with the idea. They have an entire MakeDocs knowledge base, and they gave that to an AI model cruncher, and so now we have a bot, a chat bot, an AI LLM that's just on our tribal knowledge and our internal documentation. That's going to become normal. And so any of the other stuff that I had tried to think about doing, structured content, Zettelkasten, and all that is irrelevant. As long as it can be consumed by AI, you're good. To really grow AI in the interesting way. I know they are. Yeah, if they screw up, if Google screws this up, they're really in trouble. But Google's behind. It's ironic because Google has access to the most data, way more data than any of the others do. But they seem to have not been paying attention. And but now they kind of are. So the generative AI stuff in the Google queries now, if you go click on, go to the AI, it's pretty good. It's good enough for 90% of the people out there who benefit from AI. So I feel like a lot of people are gonna drop their $20 a month ChatGPT thing. Yeah, Gemini's getting that's what I'm saying. Gemini's getting pretty damn good. Uh, they have to be paying attention now, but they got caught with their pants down. I think they did. They should have been leading the AI charge. AI is definitely not a bubble. I don't think there's anything wrong with building nuclear power plants. In fact, I like it. The nuclear power plants that are being built are 2026 nuclear power plants, and they're a mile underground, and they're under the data centers. And the innovations in nuclear power are safe nuclear power are phenomenal. I'm actually all for that because anytime that we can find an alternative energy source that is sustainable, you know, they've learned the lessons of the nuclear energy problems of the past, you know, the Chernobyls of the in the world and all those things. Those the Fukushima, all of that stuff. So the people that are approaching nuclear energy are doing it entirely from ground zero. That's like no pun intended. And they're, you know, they're trying to do I think it's great because now we have billions, trillions of dollars on the line if they can't do it safely. So for the first time in history, it's not just oh, it'll be good for society to have nuclear power and to get it half-ass funded from the government. We have trillions of dollars of corporate money directly funding the best possible research in nuclear energy, which I think is crazy awesome. I would never have predicted this benefit. I would never have predicted it. I used to think be anti-Bitcoin because it was going to destroy it was going to take all the power in the world and everything. And now I'm not. Now I'm like, yeah, no, let them keep trying it because they're pushing boundaries. That means they're going to have to push boundaries of energy production. And that means it's going to have to be safe energy production. And therefore, the entire world might end up benefiting from clean nuclear energy or fusion or fission or whatever, fusion energy. Which originally I was like, no, God, no. And now I'm like, hell yes, let's do this. This is a good idea. Deep Vision is a nuclear power startup company. Yeah, I know. Deep Vision is the one I've been following. In fact, that's the one I would dump the most money into if I was investing. I don't have any money to do that. I give all my money away too fast. I just gave like 10 grand to somebody. I'm not going to talk about it, but it involved the jail and the police. I can't keep money. I'm never going to be rich. I I give all my money away. I buy stupid things and I give all my money away. I wish I wish I was smart enough to invest, but I would rather invest in people. That's just how I'm built. I do. I invest a lot, but I don't get anything back from it except for, you know, pay it forward kind of fun ideas. What's that? I'm projecting. Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, I think AI is really great and I love it and I want it to come and I think it's a good thing for humanity, just like the internet. Was there a bunch of bad things that came from the internet? Hell yeah. It's just another technology. It's a very powerful technology. Technology is amoral. It's what you do with the technology, the end. I'm not a tech bro, but I also believe in progress, and that means exploring avenues, you know. Nuclear energy is the biggest one, right? You know, the bombing of Hiroshima, that was like, oh, hey, you know, I hate it. That's one of the reasons I'm so into like positive uses of nuclear energy. Finally, we can maybe use something positive with that tech instead of just blowing the shit out of everybody with it. What is wrong with us? Like we invent these really amazing things, and then the first thing we think about is number one, how can I kill other people with it? And number two, how can I whack off to it? Porn is the number one driver of the internet, and I am a participant. So I am not judging. Porn, it was, it was, it was porn that drove credit card transactions on the internet. Very first use of credit cards. Why? Because money. Even 20K used to start working on the T9. The two is at the behest of the welder. Very well said, Hamzard. Very well said. All right. To be clear, I'm not talking about the Giants. Yeah. These thoughts are Rob's and Rob's alone. No, they're not. This should be everybody's thoughts. You should think like me. Come on, lemmings, get in line. Follow me. Right. And then you gotta have them bitches pour your milk on your cereal. God, the internet is so filled with shit. You're going to the bathroom. Goodbye, Jalopy. I'm so sorry. Why is it 5 minutes? It wasn't 5 minutes before. They're doing a liability thing. Thank you for that. These thoughts are Rob's and Rob's alone. Yeah. Did you snooze the ads? I'm gonna go look at ads settings for a second. Guys, I have to go to privacy mode for this though, I think. How you doing? Imam. Thank you for that follow. I'm gonna go privacy mode. I'm gonna go see what my ad settings are really quick. So go get, a burrito or something. I don't know why I thought of that. Just to play some music. I can't play music. Oh, look, Zed Shaw's doing Go web development. Talk about wrong tool for the job. Getting a burrito at 11 p.m. Yeah, I'm gonna be up till 3. Yeah, I'm doing mixed cycle biphasic sleep. So yeah, don't learn Go for web development, friends. Learn Go for systems integration. No, there's people doing web development with Go, but they're doing backend server API development. It depends on what he's doing. I should not say anything because I don't know specifically what they're doing. Ain't no way being up until 3 p.m. without with work at 9 a.m. Oh, I do all the time. Yeah, I did it today. I was up till 3 and I got up at 9. And then I took a 2.5 hour nap, 3 hour nap. Biphasic. So I do 5 hours sleep and then I do 3 hours sleep. And it actually totally works. I also worked out, so it's working for me anyway. I have to watch this guy for a second. Email sending APIs. This is not the place to do Go coding. Remember that whole thing I was telling you about doing the right tool for the job? All of the cloud native applications, Kubernetes, Slurm, actually Slurm is written in C. Helm, Docker, Podman, they were all written in Go. The reason to learn Go is to be a cloud native. It's to be able to write tools and integrate and write API integrations in Kubernetes. Uh, it's totally fine. It's fine. I promise you, it's fine. You can do you. Yeah. Uh, in fact, it's actually better because you get two good brain times instead of one. That's why I do it. So, what am I looking for? Just give me a second here. Creator dashboard. I mean, maybe I'll change my mind later, but right now I think it's totally fine. All right, I am going to my content and monetization, and I'm looking at my ads, and it said ads are automatically scheduled. How many minutes of video ads do you want? And it says 3 minutes. Simple shipping, single binary rules. Oh, for Go? Yeah. Go is super good for writing tools, which people do in Rust as well, and it's specifically really, really good at anything in the Kubernetes realm. So microservices, because you can put a binary in there, but you can still use Python for that as long as it's in a container, but then all the dependencies are contained. 3 minutes of playtime, potential revenue increase. So I am under the bar. In fact, I can share this. I just want to prove to everybody that I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I feel like sometimes that comes across. Um, the boost is not going to be Go focused. No, we're going to learn to code in probably Python, Bash, and Go at the same time. Maybe JavaScript. Go is fantastic for CLIs. Internal web tools mostly. Yes. Go is great for CLIs, web tools, Docker, and anything that runs in Kubernetes. And it's not particularly it's really great when you want a binary. You don't have to deal with libraries and virtual, environments and all that shit that you have to do with Python. Yeah. Data structures and algorithms. No, why would I? Data structures and algorithms do nothing to get you a job. Zero. And I'm not the only one to say that. So they they're super cool and you should learn them eventually if you want to be a good coder, but they are not going to get you a job. People waste so much time with data structures and algorithms uh, that it costs them a job. People, it's look, 3 minutes of ads. Ad length and frequency manually. Select automatic to have ads adjust ad length based on available ad demand for a time of year. Oh, this is new. Look at this. This is the reason. This is the reason. Automatic. All right. So, guys, this is the reason. This is new. This was not here before. What this is saying is it says that it can adjust how many ads it wants based on the time of year and shit. So I thought 3 minutes of ads was this. This was the you see how look. This is what I said. 3 minutes of ads. I'm not even at the potential revenue increase. If I were to put it right here, I'd make 55% per ads instead of 30 whatever. Net revenue ad share. I'm making 55%. What? So they must have changed that. Okay, there's 30. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. So I want the 55%. Screw me. Okay. The length, oh boy. And uh anyway, bump it up honestly. I mean I would love to, but I'm just gonna get people talking shit all the time. Like go watch the video. I mean, how much higher up does it go up here? Oh, it doesn't go. Look, 55 it's not higher. This is the highest to get 55. This is the highest to get 55. You see no ads out on Turo too, with 20 bucks a month. It's crazy. So I have a feeling this is the problem. Let's see, select automatic to have ad managers adjust ad length and frequency based on available ad demand and time of the year. This will help Twitch determine optimal settings to improve your ad revenue and viewership. Run a 1 minute ad break every 17 minutes. That is not 3 minutes. This says, how many minutes of video ads do you want to run per hour? 3 minutes. Run a 0.5 minute ad break every 8.5 minutes. Run a 1 minute break. What's the difference between this and automatic? Select automatic to have ad managers adjust ad length and frequency based on available ad demand for time of year. Life made free adds us up. Yeah. Manage your first ad delay, auto snooze ads, notifications, and more. First ad delay 30 minutes. Auto snooze ads. Automatically snooze ads during high engagement moments. Nice. Allow subscribers to watch your content for free. Yeah, I think I'm good. I think I got everything I can. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to deal with Jalopy complaining constantly. Yep. Okay, generally, you manage your ad format, pre-roll ads, disable pre-rolls when I run ads. Pre-roll ad notifications, yes. Disable ad. Okay. I've done everything I can, people. I just want to prove it. You know? I do actually benefit from the money. Action, yeah, how you doing? Glad you found me. All right, we're gonna close this. Let's go back to the planning here. So actually, I'm gonna put this entire thing in the other README. Uh, And boost your tech career. Uh, shall I be subscribed? Oh, Quartz, that was so nice. I can't do Slurm or GPU skills. Nope. There's not enough time, guys. If I teach a little bit of every single technology that you should learn, we will be here for 3 years. So I'm going to tell you what we're going to I'm going to tell you, we're going to discuss with other people here what are the technologies you should invest in. And that will be here, develop and maintain required by the job. We're going to talk about uh, decide what jobs you want to target, understand the tech industry, specific jobs. And we're going to go through what the jobs are. We actually just did that briefly. And so I'll help you identify the jobs that you want. And then you'll need to decide which jobs you want to target. And then it'll say what you need to do to provide that job and then develop and maintain those skills. And so we will spend time developing skills that are common to the most tech jobs, specifically technology skills like Linux, terminal, programming in Bash and Python and Go, and a little bit of web. Because those are the skills that are universal to all tech career jobs. Knowing how to use containers. And then you can apply how to use containers to Kubernetes, which is a huge leap. Learning, and there's people that specialize in Kubernetes and Slurm and stuff like that that are much more capable to help you learn those things. And those things are constantly moving targets. So my focus is on learning the common things. So uh, the beginner boost is a quick start uh, into the tech world for absolute beginners with little or no technology experience. Experience in tech. All you need is a computer. We assume Mac or Windows since you're just starting out, a terminal, and we use WebStorm, and a container engine like Podman or Docker. So yeah. And let's say, develop and maintain the skills, knowledge, and abilities required by the driver. Manage your tech career. All right. So, the repo contains a Linux container file. It contains a pre-configured Ubuntu Linux OS for sample learning. I'm gonna put a thing here. Linux. Get on the Linux terminal. What do I want to say here? Start using a Linux terminal today. As fast as possible. This is the fastest way to get the terminal up. We've gone through this. How many years have we gone through this? And we keep changing it back and forth using VMs and stuff. I think I'm saying hello, right? Here's the process to get started. Uh, yep. Build a run a boost container locally. Uh, yep. Vim is in here for sure. That goes under develop skills. Yep. Vim, anything that's universal, and I consider Vim to be universal. So Vim, Tmux, uh, Bash, Python is Python, Bash and Python. Python, I hate Python, but it is definitely universal. So, you know, Ansible's all Python, so you can't get away from it. It's everywhere. And whether you're doing AI models or you're doing Ansible, you have to know Python. You're doing hacker stuff is all Python. Um, uh, pardon me. It's all Westterm. It's all Podman. Build and run the boost container. Useful Python code, yep. No, I don't. Let me Go too. We're gonna do Python, Go, and Bash when we code. When we code, we're gonna learn the basics of the three, and we're not gonna get into the hard parts. So, Bash and Python are gonna be particularly Bash. Bash is gonna be our low-hanging fruit. It's gonna be introduction to coding. We are not going to go deeply into programming. Uh, Anything that can be done in Bash is what we're gonna do in Go and probably JavaScript as well. Uh, because I want people to see the whole point of this is learning the basics of coding, not the deep coding. And that should usually be enough for people to go keep going from there. It's a boost. It's not like you're going to be a coder after this. And honestly, usually that's enough because as soon as you get started with your first project in coding and you've written a bit of good code, your confidence usually is already high enough that to quote Mr. Zuckerberg, you write something cool for your friends and then you iterate and you go read about it a little bit more, you add a little bit more to it. That's how he learned that. He talks about that in the code.org video that was made in 2013. A lot of people, that's how they start coding. They're not, they don't have I can't code right now. And AI is even better. Yeah, in fact, I love that you brought that up because when we talk about AI's implications here for coding, it makes it even more important that you're able to read code in any language, but to understand it enough to validate that what it's doing is right, but let AI write the code. You can't use AI if you can't read code because you can't validate that it's right and you can't tweak it. So you may not know how to do a for loop and say, "Hey, AI, do the for loop for me," and have it do the for loop, and then you're like, look at the for loop and go, "Okay, that looks good." But if you don't have a fundamental ability to read the language, it's just like writing a book. You have to be able to read English in order to have it write a book. So in English, that is. So the point I'm making is that you even more with AI, you just need to be able to read code and understand the principles of coding. What's a function? What's a procedure? What's the difference? How to do a loop? What's recursion in general? All of these things, those need to be understood at a fundamental level. Data types and algorithms at a minimal thing. You don't need to get really deep into it, but you need to know what a list is. You need to know what a hash is. You need to know what those are at the high level, but you don't need to construct hashes in C, which is, using creating linked lists and stuff. Those are all really fun. All those data algorithms and structures are super critical for for software development, for high-end software development, they are not required to get a tech job. Uh, or something secure like don't embed keys. Yeah. DSA for interviews. I don't know. Yeah, AI is really good for an autodidact as long as you're still able to. I've been on the fence about whether I should teach terminal-based searching, and I'm still going to teach it because I still think it's faster than AI for a lot of things. Only way to build those coding muscles. Agreed, Hamster, right? Like you write something like, ugh, and you iterate and you make it better next time. Absolutely. Cannot agree more. Beyond Boost, customizing was term, creating and customizing containers, uh, Kubernetes Cloud Native, virtual machines, Proxmox editor. Because I don't know if I want to even put this here. I don't want people to think, grind that lead code. Yeah, fuck that. Why? No one's ever got a job from lead code. And they would have got the job anyway without lead code. I mean, maybe lead code helped them learn some. It depends on how good a software engineer you want to be. Go to bed and go to sleep. Yes, it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to be up for a while. I'm going to be up till about 2. I'm probably going to be working on this for most of the time today because I need this needs to be done by the container needs to be done by Sunday because everyone's going to use the container and then they're going to want to reattach to it. So I only have until Sunday to get the container right for this, this iteration. Uh Creating something that's interesting. Yeah. The 2 videos on creating the boost container on how I created it. That's more about making the container versus using the container. So, hey guys. All right. So I'm just gonna add this really quick. Um, okay. So yeah, I started adding this. I don't think we're gonna need this other one. This one was designed to give people stuff to read when they first log into their thing, but I don't think they need it. I learned about Get Clean today. No, yesterday. Did you guys know about this? Do you guys know about Get Clean? This is so freaking cool. I can't believe I've been using Git all this time. My buddy, well, this is why you should pair program, right? I was pair programming with a new guy that I don't work with a lot, and we were both using Git. And I created all these artifacts in here because Slurm submissions caused all these files to be generated. And I was trying to get rid of them in there. And he's like, you can just do Git clean. I was like, no, I did not. Touch some other file. So Git status. Check this out, right? So get clean. Uh, get clean. Wait. Clean require force is true if dash is refusing to clean. Hit dash F. Isn't that cool? Isn't that awesome? Why did I not know about that years ago? I love that. Because sometimes you screw around. I was git stashing all this crap and then I couldn't pop it off and everything. Yes, we're gonna learn Git, by the way. The problem with Git is like such a rabbit hole because there's so much to learn. I know, right? Alpaca, did you know? So many of us have been using Git forever, and then every once in a while, I'm a Git stasher. Until 2 days ago, I Git stashed everything. I was like, okay, whatever, Git stash, get it out of the way. I would do a Git restore dot, but that doesn't get rid of the extra files. So, yeah. Anyway, we definitely need to do a big piece. Git is so important, everybody. Git clean XFT before I do it. Git clean XFT. What's the difference? I don't even know. I'm a noob. XND, huh? Before I get clean XFT. I don't even know what you're doing. That sounds. Wait. I want to be cool like you. Move on track files from working tree. Okay, so you do X and D. D normally with no passback is specified. Get clean will not recurse into untracked directories to avoid removing too much. Huh. Will not recurse into untracked directories. Interesting. So you have to tell it to do the directories. I learned something else today. Thank you. This is why I stream. I learned so much good stuff from streaming. Force, of course. And what's X about? Let's go see. Don't use the standard ignore rules, but still use the ignore rules given with -E options from the command line. This allows removing all untracked files, including build products. This can be used possibly in conjunction with git restore, git reset to create a pristine working directory to test a clean build. Really? Wow. Yeah, I like that. Don't use the standard ignore rules. Huh. I guess I can see that. Create containers are just Docker. We're only going to do containers enough to tell you that you need them, and we're going to use a container. That means we're going to create one and attach to it. And you will be building a container. That's actually different this year. So this year, instead of you using a container, you're going to build the container. And the reason for that is for mostly volume. So something we did the container thing. Remember the Sweet Beaver era? That was like 3 years ago. So 3 years ago we did create we created an image, and then everybody just pulled that image and ran it. The problem with that is I could not keep the image up to date. So um every time I did I'd have to push it, and then it was relatively big because I had a lot of stuff in there. So this is the first year that we're actually going to have people build the image for themselves from the container file, and it has the added benefit of knowing WebStorm is you can use any terminal you want. I don't care what terminal you want, but WebStorm is my preference. If you want to use a built-in terminal, you can. If you want to use Ghosty, which is crap, but you can use it. If you want to use Alacrity, which I used for years, it's got bugs. It does not do animation. Right. It has you use whatever terminal you want. I don't care. But yeah, so the reason that I like this is because yeah, the user is going to build the first thing they do is they build the container. The thing is so great about this is that they can clone this boost container, and they can edit the container file, and they have the start of how to do their own containers. And that's the first time we've ever done that in a boost. Is actually introduce the idea of a container file, which I refuse to call a Docker file. I will never use those words again. But then people can look at it and they can see, like what's going on here and learn how to code and everything. So basically, from the very first day, they get to see, how containers work. And this is, and then the thing that's really great about that is that all the heavy lifting of building a container there's no there's no requirement for a lot of data transfer because they're building their own container. They can do that this way. And quite honestly, a couple times people have gone to build a container and something has changed in the upstream. Hey, welcome SK Hunter. Also, Shunsum, good to see you. Did I say that right? Good to have you here. First time on Twitch chat. Nice to have you in Twitch chat. Uh, Way too much into links. Me too. Usually just some in on OPC, and now I love computers and tech again. Yay! Want to be part of the community. Love from India. Oh, we love you too. Thank you so much, India. Please hang with me and on the Beginner Boost. We're going to be here on Sunday again. So if you want to help out, I love that you're into W3M and links. We are definitely keeping those in. Stop with the banhammer, Jalopy. Gonna scare the newbies. Don't do that. Be nice to the newbies. I feel like my coffee needs a little rum in it. I, I cannot do alcohol. I learned that over the weekend. I drank way too much $50 shot Alma Mill tequila. It's so good though. I'm gonna take a side journey for a second. I want to go look this up. I want to find it. I want to see if we can find it. Best tequila in the world. Oh my God, it's so freaking good. Once I had Alma Mill, I was like, I can never go back to anything else. A friend said, "No, what? No, 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 don't drink that. That's like acid. You don't want that. Drink Alma Mill." And I was like, "Oh, Buffalo Trace straight from the freezer." Alma Mill tequila, not taro, tequila, tequila, sweet sweet tequila, 40% ABA. Don Julio. There it is, man. It's expensive. I feel a little self-conscious that I spent money on it. I can't even look at the website unless I'm old enough because it's alcohol. So funny. You're gonna have to see how old I am. I'm not gonna show you that. I want you to think I'm young and virile. I'm not telling you how old I am. You can pin that, Jalopy. I got a Strictol, man. Oh, good guess, but no. No. Good guess, though. The real question is, what's my sign? If you can figure my sign out, that'll help you. The OS layer is here, yes. You know what I need? I need to get my Stream Deck working, like Gordon's got. He's got his Stream Deck working. So, if you're gonna pin it again. Oh, thank you, Jalopy. Appreciate that. You're so helpful. By the way, I just want to put a shout out on how much I love Jalopy for helping me. Jalopy helped me get this container in line when he kept trying it and it was kept throwing errors and stuff. And Jalopy was really instrumental in me getting the container to actually work, which by the way still has a bug in it. I need to fix that before I go to bed tonight. Alamo is a classification of Yoban Tequila, a Spanish word for Yoban translates to young. Shop online. Lots of bugs. Viral. Viral is a funny word. You like that word? I like words. I'm a writer. I'm gonna start calling myself a writer. Yeah. I know. Hey, look, it almost has my address, which is not a secret, by the way. Wait, Instacart. Wait, what? How much is it in Instacart? Please don't dox me. Please don't dox me. Please don't dox me. Okay. How much is it? You can get it at Albertsons? No, you cannot. You cannot get Donkey Alma Mill tequila at Albertsons. I guarantee you. How much is it? It doesn't even say. Idaho. Because 80% mil, blah, blah, blah. Not available, which is kidding. Instacart.lml is not available. Will they? Wait. Reserve bar. Smith's Food and Drug. They will never have it. Are you kidding me? This is Utah. 40% Mexico. $10 off. No, how about no? $102. This is okay. So this is if you buy it wholesale. If you buy it in a club, it's like $40 a shot. Yeah. Or something like that. It's probably not 40. I don't even remember what it was. I was like, just put it on the card. I'm so embarrassed, but it was so good. This is so good. This makes me want to drink more, but drinking is bad. What's my preferred financial support? I mean, GitHub contributions, GitHub subscriptions is probably the most biggest bang for your buck. I noticed I lost a bunch of my I think I lost a bunch of my GitHub sponsors because I stopped doing it, and I had a bunch of $2 sponsors and stuff like that. So yeah, if you want to sponsor this project specifically, um, you can click here, sponsor the project, and you can click on this, and that'll take you through there, and you can do that if you want. Uh, and bits, bits and subscriptions through Twitch, obviously, just being here and putting up with the ads or getting Nitro does provide a lot. It's about 55% share, but the GitHub, it's more like I think they only take like 20 or 30%. So, it's probably the other thing too, I think about this is that this gives you credit. So if you add a sponsorship, it shows in your public profile on GitHub that you are sponsoring open source. And I personally think that whether or not anybody ever says that, when they go to your GitHub to hire you and they see that you're sponsoring GitHub projects, you're going to get kudos because people are going to see that you are involved in sponsoring the GitHub community. And any technology hiring professional who sees that you are sponsoring one or two or three projects, um, is going to, going to be going to be seen as somebody who believes in technology and all the other stuff that, so that's my preferred way because you get something out of it as opposed to just giving me money or sending me gifts and stuff, which is nice. But so that's my preferred thing. Okay, I need to commit. Wait, didn't I commit this already? Refresh. Yeah, there we go. So boost your beginner tech career. Uh, That's sponsor my account, so it looks like you can sponsor your own thing. How much for sponsorship? How much should you sponsor? Um, I bullshot. I don't understand. Are you wondering how much money I get? I can tell you. I don't care. When I was doing the beginner of this before, and I was doing IRL streaming on top of that, I think the highest I ever got was about 500 a month, and that paid for my modems, which were 430 a month. I don't know how much. What you mean? But in case I'm very open with all of this stuff, by the way. How much to sponsor me as a sponsor? Oh, I see. How much to think about as a spend? Um, oh, you're talking about album? I don't know if you're talking about tequila or sponsoring. So, if you're trying to wonder how to sponsor me, I mean, $2 a month is fine if that's what you're thinking. Bank accounts, and they just want to know how much sponsorship costs. No, if you go on GitHub, if you click on here, it'll show you. It should show you. Yeah, here we go. So, oh God, I gotta update this. I am not in Davidson anymore. I'm not gonna do passkey right now, so I guess I'll do this later. Look, see, I had 600 a month for a goal, and I did not get there. This 600 per month is me trying. If I could make enough money doing this, I would totally give up my job and do it. But $50 per hour beginner boost live streaming every month, 3 hours every Sunday. Dude, oh God, this time is different. It's not noon to 3 anymore. I'll consider adding road trips back as well. I'm spending over 20 hours a week on bonsai and the books as well. So that I need to edit all of this. Oh, look, I still have sponsors. Yay, my favorite sponsors. Yay, my sponsors. Yay, sponsors. Thank you. Thank you, sponsors. Um, Definitely not accredited. Absolutely. And a lot of them are just $2, just keep me hanging out. $8 a month, $10 a month, $20 a month. Yeah. So a featured work. I should probably put RTX boost. I need remind me to go through this whole thing again. I need to fix this. I should probably fix this before. I'll do it during a boring meeting tomorrow. I have a super boring meeting for an hour tomorrow. I usually sometimes I'll ride my bike during it. You guys have this? I recommend everybody get some sort of indoor bike for those really boring meetings. Then you can get your exercise in. Go through the GitHub and update everything. Yes. Um, oh look, the bot is down. You know what? Put it on my list of things to do. You know what? I know. Okay, hey, let's add it to an issue on the boost thing. Focus items for the new boost, add new X, update Western Lua with all this, add custom computer. I'm gonna add an issue here. Hey, Jalopy, everybody, okay? If you do you guys know how to add issues? This is good because this is great. This is great. So let's use this as to-dos and then you'll actually get better Git practice as well. Okay? So what you can do, I can add an issue from the command line. So try this. Try this right now for me, Jalopy. Then you can hound me. You can troll the shit out of me. Oh, you're not logged in? Okay. But what I was saying is you could do this. You could say gh issue I think wait, issue list web, I think. So here's the issues. Give me a minute. When you log in is what I'm trying to say is any of you who want to troll me and say, hey, you need to go do a thing, open an issue on the boost repo. And then we'll use this as kind of a to-do list. They do have projects and stuff, but let's just use issues. Yeah, Streamlabs not Stream Elements. Okay. So I can get you access to that. So Mark, can I ask you something? Do you have a GitHub account? If you have a GitHub account, Mark, go add an issue and say grant mods access to stream elements. And then I will go through this every weekend or whatever, and then I'll see the to-dos here. So when you guys have a to-do, we don't have to like this is super good because this helps us practice and demonstrate how to use Git to manage a project, GitHub, and how to how to use issues and close them out and everything. So normally the issues are related to code within the repo, but in this case, I mean I've used issues for substitute Jira tickets a lot. In fact, if you're using Jira, which we're not, but if you we could, but if we were using Jira, then you can associate Jira with a ticket. But in this case, let's just make an issue. The point of that is that anybody with GitHub access can come in here and add an issue. Anybody. So anybody watching my video right now, and I've been trolled through issues, which maybe I shouldn't say anything about this. Did you add an issue? Thank you, Bill. Because get teeth fixed. I love it. I love it. Get teeth fixed. It's happening March 22nd. They're going to extract. No, I have 3 dentist appointments in 1 week. In the week of March 22nd. I'm going to be so sore. It has a description. I don't know if I want to like click on this. Teeth have been missing for years. New teeth are needed. Food can be easier. Ice does not choke you when you drink a cold beverage. That was the single biggest thing I discovered that teeth protect you from. When you drink a cold beverage with those little ice cubes in it, if you don't have front teeth, you choke on that ice because it just goes right in. Yeah. It would be so nice to have teeth again. Maybe it'll actually push my lips out. Make me look like a hey, I look like a prospector. I don't like that. That's what she said. Exactly. I'm gonna lose those skills. Which I mean, let's be real. I haven't used those skills with no teeth in a while. I lost the ability to use my no teeth skills in October of last year. Actually, in May of last year. No, June. That's all I'm gonna say about that. That's all I'm going to say about that. A 3-year-old young man. How you doing, Action? Yeah. Um. Yeah. Get status. Okay. So back to what we were doing. I feel good about this though, and it might not just be the coffee. Oh, hey, Gordon's home. So, beginners, a quick start of the tech world process beginners with little or no experience in tech. All you need is a computer. Uh, I could say I prefer a WebStorm. And it contains originally Podman organizations as follows. Uh, and it's Uh, ah, develop skills and ability. Develop skills, knowledge, and abilities required by the job. Manage and maintain your tech career and life effectively. Okay, so um, this is kind of a good closing one. Minecraft stream. We actually are going to do a Minecraft stream. Some of the people, actually, some of my yoga friends want to make a Minecraft stream. So that's definitely happening. And I think Slyborg would have fun coming in. We did the set up Minecraft with her. That was really fun. So I actually want to do that. I don't know how to host it. It'll probably be in the cloud, but if we do it, I might go to Contabo, which is cheaper for Minecraft hosting. I think we could get I think we could get up to the point where we could probably host it relatively cheap. It'll definitely get hacked like multiple times. That's just Minecraft is going to be hacked. That would not happen on. So one of the things I have to watch out for, guys, is um. So I'm gonna put it out there. So right now, until I move, when I move, normally I'd be writing my book right now. So the beginner boost is gonna have priority until we get it kind of really moving along. And then I'm gonna move to writing, and I will not be streaming that. And in fact, I won't even be here. So uh I'll be and that's kind of so what I'm trying to get at is that for right now, you're gonna see a lot more of me between 7 p.m. and 2 a.m. As I get ready to the beginner boost and as I work through that and get that really going well. And then uh I want to shift back into working on my book. So once we get this kind of going, uh I don't know how much time per week I'm going to be dedicating. At least I think it'll probably end up be something like maybe Monday and Tuesday nights I'll dedicate to this, and then Wednesday through Saturday night. Um, Sunday, of course, we do the stream, but then Wednesday through Saturday night I'll be writing on the book. Did you get should do you have to be an issue? Did you see the get your teeth fixed issue, Jalopy? New issues. Check your reminders. Reminders. Give us access to stream elements. Thank you. Uh, turn on bots, add mods to bots, update it event, and fix boost bug if you refuse to elaborate on, so I don't know what's broke. Oh yeah. Thank you for that, Jalopy. I'm gonna do that right now. Thank you for that reminder. Um, if you fire up the container, you'll see. Fire up the container and try to edit a file. Something broke in Pandoc. I don't know. I think it broke in Pandoc because I'm editing a Markdown file and it wasn't. I hadn't edited Markdown before. I think that's why I didn't take it was here. I'll show you. So actually, let me get this saved. Uh, get it, uh, unlike some Windows, it doesn't. You can run it on whatever. Again, it doesn't matter what you run the container on, and it never will. Uh, so I need to run my start again. Podman, start, boost, start dash A, boost. Yeah, am I set up on a potato? Well, that's fine. So, okay, so this is what happened. I went to go, I think, I have a feeling, yeah, there we go. See, you see how when I edit that file, it doesn't have a problem? I went to go edit the markdown file and I found this. So this is a bug. And this is a bug specifically in the pandoc vim rc file. So I then proceeded to, so actually one of the things I want to create in this is I want to create a script that will check the files and see if they're updated from their original files. So this is kind of an admin sort of thing. I don't want to confuse people who are using this container, so I probably will hide it. Uh, but yeah, so I'm trying to decide where I want to put this. Yeah, this is definitely Podman. Uh, I need to make a thing. So this is what I want to do. I'll just do it for this one time. If I do dot slash memrc, I could compare it to is that all under home? I think it is. Yeah, vimrc, compare that to my vimrc here. Okay, so that's the same, but if we were to do the plugins, so what I want to do is I want to do that for everything. So I can see what's different. And the reason for this is because I regularly update my dot files and those changes don't make it into the boost. And people are like, I want that. And I need to make that easier to maintain. So in this particular case, we're going to find the bug. So the bug has to do with something in the pandoc stuff. Yeah, so we have vim plugin and compare that to the dot vim, whoops, auto load plug. Yeah, there's no difference there. So where is the pandoc? Is it in, I don't know where it is. So let's see, find name. I love the find command. Can I just say it is so awesome. What? What? Hey there, how you doing, Chite? Chite! Hey, I need to go through all that stuff. Good night, Mark. I know it's late for you guys. Chide, good to have you. I need to go through the beginner. I need to at least catch up on the your proposals for bonsai. I love your stuff. I just didn't get a chance to go through it, so I will go through that with you. You know what I feel like? I gotta just take a moment to regroup here. I feel like since having this mic right here, I feel a lot less stressed streaming. It's more natural. I remember when I had the mic and everything, I was a lot more stressed out. And I'm finding myself feeling a lot more happy doing the streaming. It looks like a script issue, possibly. Color name or number not recognized. I think this is because NeoVim doesn't know what that is. I think that's the problem. The Pandog Mim has got a problem. Yeah. Actually, let's see what AI says. Best brand of green tea. It's a good thing my last query wasn't like bad. I mean, I don't, NeoVim, you can choose to use it or not. I really like it, which is a lot for me to say, given how much I hated on it over the years. In your case, bin pad syntax is hitting this line. Invalid for terminal colors. It usually happens when a plugin or color scheme assumes true colors GUI style highlighting, but BIM is on a C-term path instead. There are open reports around the class of problem in BIM Pandox syntax from highlighting too. What? Interesting. Must be the end times by me using NeoBIM. I'll show you the number one reason I get compliments all the time sharing my screen using NeoBIM. No, Nano is not better. You should probably learn Nano, but it's better to just learn BIM. Period. We'll get into that because BIM is on everything. Nano isn't necessarily. Actually, that's no longer true in a container world. But yeah. Anyway, try this for set term GUI colors and reopen the markdown file if that exists. Make it permanent in your BIMRC. Also, make sure your terminal advertises modern color modes, commonly echo term. That's interesting. That's a good trick. It might be. I don't know if it's a Western thing. We're gonna see. Term should be set if it's not. Yeah, we have term is set. Here's 6 colors, so that's correct. We're gonna try this again. And we're gonna do set term GUI colors. Term GUI colors. And then we're gonna reopen foo.md. Oh wow, it didn't have a problem that time. All right, so I feel like, yeah. I don't like that this color scheme is screwed up too. There's something going on with the colors that is not correct. You see how it's really dark? We need to fix that too. Um, set no compat, set term GUI colors. That did it. You found out outdoor cycling videos. Yay, Kansami, how are you? Thank you for the outdoor cycling videos. I might do them again in September, but probably if I do any cycling videos, it's just be around town. I'm not going to be going really fast like I used to do. I'm not, knock on wood, I'm not going to do any more mountain biking videos. Those are way too expensive to produce. To do mountain bike videos, it costs me $400 or $500 a month because I have to have 3 modems. Remember terminal color shipping smooth? Yeah, I think yeah, and this is also smooth. That's why I think it's kind of okay. Sorry, I didn't mean I should have warned everybody there. Uh color strip. Yeah, I don't a lot of this stuff hasn't been ported over. Flashbang warning, I know. So yeah. So I think that fixed the problem. I was able to open this. That was a relatively small change. Uh anyway, did it here. Oh, look at that. It actually fixed the colors too. Holy shit. It did. It made the colors cool again. Yeah, that fixed 2 things. Oh my god, that's so important that I have that then. Yeah, that's, like, super important that I have that. So, that is a really good discovery. The RWX colors. I'm gonna go out of this. So and then I need to do my dot files, as you guys know. I'm gonna do, set term GUI colors. God bless AI. AI had the answer right away. I mean, how much faster did it take? And now we have Wisdom, right? We start out with a teletype, a typewriter, now terminal GUI colors. All right, so So yeah, that is super happy times. Get status. I have a diff already here. Right. Yeah. So now that is different. So home ubuntu.mrc uh set term GUI colors. Oh, it'll work on your machine now. Watch. So get status, commit, uh, fix GUI colors in MRC. All right, now this is okay. This is why we are now having you build a container because I would have to rebuild the container and push it for every one of those tiny changes. I don't have to do that now. You see what I'm saying? So check it. So like if I do start, okay, this is going to be wrong. Wait, what? Run a command. Yeah. Okay. So go out, you can do it again, go start it back up again. So vi foo.md, and it's all working. It's all working because we fixed it. But so in order to properly test this, we have to rebuild the container. So to do that, we have to delete that container. So this is actually going to go into the README, frankly. We should probably put it in the README. Let's do that right now. Ability to run a container, ready to manage page run, unminimize. Uh, let's see, remove and remove a container. Uh, let's see. You know, whose container? Uh, I'm gonna put a big warning here. Uh, how do I do that? I think it's yeah. All right. So actually, let's go ahead and do this. Uh, I did. Hey, Miller. Thank you for the follow, Miller. Appreciate it. So let's do this. Um, hey George. George Boole, good to see you. You were here from the start. This is all saved if you want to go back and watch the video, but we haven't started. The beginner boost hasn't started. It starts this Sunday. So this is just me planning how to do all this. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna do Podman uh RM boost. Yeah. So Podman RM boost. All right, so now we can do the same thing again. Uh Yes. Okay. Let's see. Build and run a boost container. First, make sure you have the latest version of this repo. This is what I think you needed to go pull, Joppy. Uh, this Git repo. Okay. Uh, then build it from the then build it. I guess that's fine. All right. I am so stepped up. I'm sorry, guys. Oh boy. I need something. I need like something over my nose. Ugh. This is like live streaming right here. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know why I'm so stepped up. Anyway, an N95. Next time I'm gonna get an N95 mask. Hell yeah. I learned my lesson traveling on the airlines and going to the club without a mask. Okay. Yeah, my nose gets cut off. You ever notice this? Like it cuts my nose off. I look like the ghoul from Fallout. I look like the ghoul from Fallout right now. All right, so here we go. Let's see if I remember how to do this. No, I can't. You know what? Grep Podman. There's my commands. Oh, wait, we can do this better. It's just even better. There you go. So Podman build dash T boost. So it's the name, and that gives it the name boost. And then it tells it where to go get it. Now, when you do this, I could do this and do dot, and it would be fine. But when you do this, it pulls it down remotely. Actually, you know that whole segment about grabbing the most recent? You know what? I don't think I need this comment anymore. I don't. Because this will pull the latest. I don't need this. I don't need that. It's even simpler. Do not complicate it. Well, because I'm an idiot. I forgot about using HTTPS. You would need that if you were doing it from inside of here, which we are not. Yeah. So, right? All right. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Come on, build dash T boost github.com or xrob boost dot git. All right, there we go. So this is what a build looks like. And it takes a little bit of time, but I tell you what, it's still faster than downloading the big container I used to have. This is such a huge breakthrough for the boosts in general. I can't believe it took us 5 years. It took me 5 years to come to this conclusion. This is by far the best way to do this because they immediately get a Linux machine they can run anywhere on any system. And they get an introduction to how things are built. Hey, Chite, there's all the bonsai stuff. Chite is in the house. Chite is one of my #1 partners on the bonsai project. And I have been negligent on the bonsai project. I have not gone in there and cleaned it up or anything. And kind of stuck it in work hell. Look at that. That was still That had to be at least 10 times faster than pulling the image down over the internet. I that is crazy. Okay, so now we can actually do the start. So we do Podman. Uh, I did not time it. I could. Host name Boost. We're gonna call it Boost, and we're gonna make the name Boost. And Boost. It's like lots of boost. So much boost. Huzzah! We are in the boost container. Now there's no readme or anything here, so let's do foo.md. And it doesn't have the error. So there. Something. Yep. ADVI foo.md. We are ready to go, my friends. So I suspect the terminal colors are going to be the same too. Let's look at that. Yep, they're working. We are ready. So we're good. Um, now, you know, there's a bunch of other things related to containers like mounting connections and all kinds of stuff. Any of those things would have had to have gone into the command. I debated a long time about whether to shelter people from the actual commands, these big long things and put them in a script or something. And to tell you the truth, I kind of like that you are using the actual commands you would use at work. Uh, because, what's easy to forget, the more you hide stuff behind aliases and stuff, people do this all the time, like around their first beginning. They'll make LL mean, like they'll make LL is like, yeah, see, I don't have it on here. They'll make an alias for ls-l that's LL, or they'll make a big complicated git command that does it instead, right? So this is a part of a bigger topic, but I think you should stick with the basics. Like for example, Kubernetes, you should be using actual Kubernetes commands for a while before you start to use K9s, which makes it super easy. I could not live without K9s now. But it's just a way of managing Kubernetes that's kind of sheltered behind a nice fancy GUI, right? But the underlying commands. But how many of you actually know how to write PostScript or even HTML? None, right? At one time, people no. At one time, people were writing a bunch of PostScript by hand. Nobody even knows how to write that at all now because it's all been so sheltered and stuff behind abstractions, and that's good. But when you're operating from the command line, it's usually better to learn the commands first and then add those things later. So, uh, not always. Sometimes that'll just slow you down for no reason. So you kind of have to make that. Yeah, there you go. ls-l, the people, like GitLog. There's like a million different versions of GitLog that you can make a shortcut for. I'm not against shortcuts. I use them a lot, but when you do that, you just have to be like probably my most lazy shortcut is schmucks because I type it so much. Right? Because that's like schmod minus XVB, right? So because I type it so much that I am sick of it. So it's like schmod plus X. Because I just don't like typing the pluses. I have a buddy at work who always says, anytime I have to use a control key or a shift key, I'm gonna yell at you. So that's why he prefers dashes over underscores because it requires you have to hit the shift key. But when you get to be really lazy as an admin, you start to do that kind of stuff. Know how to use flint and steel bow drill before learning how to use a bit glider. I mean, the point is well taken. There's a certain point at which it becomes impractical, right? But you know, so you decide. Everybody's level of like, you know, ease of use is different. But we have accomplished the goals for today, my friends. At least I have. Uh, so we've got our boost container. Uh, I think we saved this, did we not? Oh, how different? Oh, right. Git add, git commit. That's really lazy to do that, by the way. instead of the whole thing. So add remove container to readme. Git push. Go back and check my reminders. Oh, very wise. Issues. We're gonna do it from the command line. Speaking of shortcuts, there you go. Issues is gh exec gh issue. This is called what is the term I use for these? The reason this is a script and not an alias is because I could use it from as a magic wand command from inside of Vim. I can exec and call it. You can't do that with an alias. I haven't done it in years. I know. I love both. When I certified to be a river guide, they would not let us on the river with tourists until we could build fire by using a bow and a bow and drill. You know what I'm talking about? And we had to create our own cheesecloth sort of uh char cloth in order to start it. Yeah, we would make our own char cloth. We would cut up like cotton belts and stuff, and then we'd burn them in a little tin can with a little hole in it. And we'd make char cloth, and we had to prepare everything, including finding, making the bill, and then we had to make fire from scratch in order to pass. And then but still super easy compared to that. But still compared to yeah, so that was really fun. We got really ambitious and we actually did the one where you move your hand like this. That takes forever. We had to have 3 people doing it because you have to do it for so long to keep the heat up. Anyway, I don't know why I talked about that, but issues. Okay. So check your reminders. Let's read issue number 44. Check your reminders. I'm going to close this issue. Close 44. All right. So issues. You should be learn everybody, you should learn the GitHub command line tool. It makes life so much easier. Issues 43. Oops. Turn on bots. Oh, add mods to bots, update GitHub info. Okay, we did that. Let me edit this one. Change issue, edit 43. All right, so we did this. We did the GitHub info we got, right? Fix the boost. Did I get that or no? Which this one is definitely gone. How about this one though? Update GitHub info. Did we get that? Oh, no, no, no. That was the sponsorship info. Sponsor info. Yeah, I need to do that. Wait, what? Yeah. Add mods to the bots. Yeah, let's go turn the bots on before the thing. I might have to go into privacy mode for that. I don't know if I can. I think I have to have her email or something. What time is it? It's like midnight. All right, before we go doing that boring stuff, does anybody else have any questions? I know we got a few people in here. Um, I'm trying to think of anything that else is 1:30 for you. Uh, I'm trying to see if there's anything else we need to do for the day. We're starting on Sunday, yeah. Let's go look at the calendar real quick. Let me go look at that real quick while you guys are here. So, uh, I don't mind you guys seeing this stuff. Oh, it's gonna make noise though. Yeah, let's go to who's streaming? I always get distracted when I come here. I'm like, who's streaming today? Oh, Chloe Harrell. She's cool. Yeah, who's still streaming a sophomore game now? Anybody interesting? Ruby code. I love Ruby. I obsessed with Ruby. I wrote the Ruby INI module back in the day. PPY doing the C++ stuff. He's amazing. Mr. Pigeon, RW Grimm, he's fantastic. I like that guy a lot too. Or game dev. I'm just taking a break here. Uh, yeah, it's usually all game devs. It's really hard to find a non-game dev. I made a combat system. I developed a combat system for Second Life back in 2009. Hey, there's me. Yay. Uh, okay. It still says climbing. Oh shit. I need to get rid of those. Put that in my to-do list. Actually, make a separate issue, Jalopy, so we can just close a single issue. Maybe I should make it. I'll just make it really quick. Issue. Um, update landing page on Twitch and default tags. Reel it in, Rob. Good point. Come on, 212. This is interesting. All right. Perl session someday. I mean, why not? I love Perl. I code in it all the time, every day. I've been living in Perl. I've been spending most of my day coding Perl these days, because they're modernizing Perl to use Slurm instead of PBS. So I've been writing a lot of that code, not all that, but yeah. What did I come here for? Oh, Grub Truckers? That's in Moscow, by the way. That's where Gordon's going. Content dashboard. Oh, what were we looking for? Pearl's not everywhere. Where are you seeing Pearl? Oh, right. That's what thank you for the reminder. We're going back to the schedule. Um, I need to go. I'm going to set the schedule for you guys right now. I need to go. I'm going to, so you guys can get notified. Once upon a time, I was a tech streamer. It looks like it's that time again. Come watch me fail. uh, I mean, ugh. Tech job. Oh, I've been dancing on the 80s dance party multiple times. Yeah, like, what's that? Saying Pearl is now included with Git. It always has been. Yep. But I don't know that I like Pearl a lot, but it's not gonna get you a job. Uh, I guess I could put Linux. Go Lang. Bash. That's not everything, but broadcast options is done. So Uh, I'm gonna edit this panel. Elevation can go away. I was streaming elevation. I'm not streaming that anymore. Stream avatars is still a thing, by the way. I should probably turn that on someday. Uh, yeah. I used to have the calendar here, but I'm not gonna do that again. And let's see. Where's the schedule? Does anybody know? I don't remember where it is. Uh, man, just like get this out. I don't know what I'm doing. I think it's in the creator dashboard still. Stream together, settings, moderation. I know for a fact you can't dox anything here, thank God. Um, hey, look, you can see all the money I'm making. I'm so rich. Uh, content monetization. I can't remember where it is. Stream channel. But I'm gonna go private. I don't know if they've changed it. They used to dox. Yeah, there's my stream key, but it's not doxed, so that's okay. Short past broadcast, stream remind, alpha, audio clips, enable clip. Clips are enabled, clip visibility is enabled. Clip reactions, blah blah blah. Channel manager, raids, username, display name, social links, schedule. There it is. So it's under channel. Yeah, okay. I can go back to. So it's under channel. So create a dashboard, channel, schedule. I know there's another way to get here, but so let's put I'm getting rid of Zwift. I used to do Zwift every day, but I'm not doing that lately because I've been lifting, doing calisthenics and lifting and yoga. I do like writing, but I'm not gonna do it every day. So get rid of that. So Sunday, let's go ahead and add the calendar. Add stream. Uh, tech career. Boost beginner tech career. It really should not be software and game dev, but that's the most popular of the tech categories. It should probably be honestly, it should probably be science and tech. What do you guys think? Which one should it be? Should we do science and tech or should we do software and game dev? I kind of think it's the science and tech category, but we want to get the most people to see it. So, computer crisis. Which one do you think it should be? Oh, is that a category? I'm starting to think it should be science and tech because we're going to talk about things that are not related to software development. We're going to be talking about how to get a tech career, right? So I'm going to make it science and tech for sure. You think software and dev is okay? Software, software and game dev is, yes, we will eventually be writing a code, but we're not going to be writing software, so to speak. So I think I'm going to stick with science and tech. The hackers usually stream to science and tech. They're the ones that are going to respond to the Linux terminal the most. Uh, so yeah, it's tough, right? This is always a tough decision. This stream is only going to be 3 hours, and it'll be at 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock. This is hard because this is like right during my nap time. So You know what? I think I'm gonna end up doing it at night because it's either that or I have to do it way early. Actually, let's do that. Let's do it earlier. I want to be able to go take a nap at because I stay up at by basic sleep. So I'm usually asleep by like 4 o'clock. So I kind of want it to be done by 3. So let's just do it at noon o'clock. Yeah. So if I'm gonna mess with my sleep, I don't want to mess with the sleep, which usually happens about 3:30 or 4. 4 to 7, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's usually about a 3-hour nap. I know it's not really a nap, right? But then I only sleep for 5 hours during the rest of the time. Uh, so I think that is the way to go. I think that's the way to go. All right, so that is earlier than I kind of advertised, but I think it'll be best. Plus, I'll be fully awake and everything. It does kill my Sunday, so that is a concern. I mean, one of the reasons I got out of this is because I didn't want to blow away one of my one free days. And I am a little bit concerned about that still, but I have Saturday still to play. So we'll call this church. So 12 p.m. for 3 hours every Sunday. I think I'm gonna conflict with Het Tannis. Do you guys know if Het Tannis has a schedule for that same time? I don't want to overlap with him because he's so good. He is doing different things though. So yeah, we're gonna do church. I need to make better emojis too. Yeah, we're gonna just put that on there. So, uh, I think that's good enough. Now let's actually go see. I want to see if Het Tennis has his schedule set. The only reason I like that is because if you can go with that thing and it says, "Hey, see what streamers are doing." Learn with Leon still has his up, even though he hasn't been here for years. It threw me off. The other day I thought he was streaming again, and I realized he just had not updated his stuff. So, uh, I have a free Prime sub. I should probably sub to him. Good old configuration management. That's probably Ansible stuff. This is such good stuff. Oh yeah, he streams the science of tech. So yeah, I'm in a good category. I'm glad I picked this. Do all the Linux. Yep. We love Hit. I definitely love Hit. Actually, one of the reasons I like that I'm going to be streaming at these off hours is because we'll be able to cover some of the time that he's not covering. Because when he streams, yes, that streams on Sunday at 9 a.m. So this is perfect actually because uh he he streams 9 to 10. So if we do this right, I could have him raid me. That actually might be a thing. Do you guys know, does he keep with his time frame? Because what we could do is he could hand off. So he could do the Linux Kubernetes and security stuff, and then he could raid me like at 10. Oh wait, this is PM. Shit. That's like really late. That's too bad. We're not going to be able to raid each other. But the thing that is good about that is that he can participate in my stream and I can participate in his stream too. But that's a lot of time for me because I would be for 3 hours, I'd be doing mine, and then I'd be for 2.5 hours doing his. 8, 9, 10. He just does a 2 hour stream. I'm gonna have to do a 3 hour because I just have too much content to cover, you know. And I'm gonna get the people complaining again Every time I do this, I get people who complain because my videos are too long on YouTube. They're like, "Why is it 3 hours long?" And, I don't know what else to say to that. That is not that is his not regular schedule. It's intermittent. Okay. So, where am I going with this? I tried once upon a time to cut out those little videos, the more consumable small videos. I haven't seen Dennis Last Mile stream in a long time. I don't know what's going on there. I haven't seen him. I haven't been on Twitch a lot, but he never saves. I don't think he saves videos usually. Yeah, because yeah. I honestly don't know when he streams. I haven't seen him in a long time. This guy's actual address. I haven't seen Dennis. I miss him. Actually, it's one of the reasons I'm coming back. Sunday 3:30ish. I don't think you should cut anything. Well, keyboard, what I'm getting at is clips. So, how do I put this? Uh, a 3-hour video is too much to take in. So, one of the strategies I did was I would click the record button and I would talk about a topic and then I would click stop. And then I would upload all of those videos individually in addition to the 3-hour long form video. And uh yeah, but the 10 to 30-minute segments on YouTube were great. Those are your favorite. So, I mean, it does beg the question. So this, I know it's a lot of work, right? So it one of the things that was nice about it is if somebody wanted to sit through the entire session and they just wanted to queue it up on the TV while they were doing something else, they could do that. They'd get all 3 hours. They could like do their laundry or something. But if somebody wanted to get that specific topic, they could go, those things would pop up and then the descriptions would be more up to date. Now, it's harder to come back and cut up a video than it is to just click on the record button. But inevitably what happens is, and this is why I don't want to do this, is you'll start recording live and you'll say something wrong or I'll meander into a conversation about my ex-wife or some shit. And then I'll have to delete that and redo it. And so it ends up being super hard. It's a lot of work for me. The best possible thing is to take one of these big long videos and have people mark the chapters in there. But every time we've tried to do that, people fail because they're too bored of it. They can't sit through a 3-hour video and put the chapters in it. They don't want to do that. Fuck it, just do it raw. That's why I do it raw. So in order for me to get the markers in there, uh, I have failed in the past to remember to put a marker in place. So just like sometimes I fail to record properly, I'll like go in a video like, ideally you'd be able right before you talked about a topic, you'd hit mark and that would go into your Twitch and then you could grab those markers and put them into YouTube. Close the chat when your records so distractions and a better focus. Yeah. Uh, Yeah, the AI markers are kind of where I'm going with this. So I think this is new for this year, but I think for this year the way to do it is to send AI to your video and have them analyze your video. After your video's been there for a while, it produces a transcript automatically, and AI can pull down the transcript and it can decide where to put the markers. So I think that's probably the way I want to go about it. I think if I spend any energy at all making the videos easier to digest, it's going to be creating an AI summary in the description and then with the markers automatically. Because that's going to save me a tremendous amount of time. So, and it would give people, something to look at. One of the reasons that I am pushing my videos to YouTube is because of the discoverability. Almost all of the people that had commented on how they found me through YouTube. And then they moved over to Twitch. A lot of them have said that they never had a Twitch account, they never would, but they wanted to be more interactively involved on Twitch with, the bots and a different thing. So they came over to Twitch because of YouTube. So I think live streaming to YouTube is going to be a requirement, uh, especially for the tech stuff. So the humans never make the notes though. They've always promised me they're going to do that, and then they end up dropping out after the first month. That's happened 3 times. So they're always like really ambitious, just like me. I mean, I've dropped the boost before finishing at least 3 years in a row. So because it's a lot of content, and that's actually is probably a good thing for us to kind of start winding down on is how do we sustain the volume of content that is necessary to do this? And I have failed twice attempting different things. One of them was I wanted to trust the user to go do the work. And so we would try to have it's just totally failed because of human nature. The idea was I was trying to model what I do in real life. So when I mentor people in real life, I at first they need handholding because they're used to school where they're given homework and they have to bring it back. But eventually I want them to cure them of that so that they come to me. They don't say, "Hey teacher, what are we doing?" They say, "Mr. Rob, I have questions I'm blocked on. I want to do this." And they direct the learning. So shifting the learning responsibility to the person doing the learning and away from the teacher, that takes time. And I tried to do that in a live stream. I tried to say, okay, on the very first day, the expectation is you're going to go do your own learning and you're going to come to me with questions, and I'm going to be here for 2.5 hours. And I'm going to answer all your questions. And we would have a general topic. It totally failed because nobody did any work. Nobody did any work. They just uh didn't expect to see Last Miles Wizard. Carl, I was looking for Last Myers. He's not here. I can't find him. Yeah, I haven't seen Dennis in a while. So that's why we were just looking for him. I love Dennis. Yeah. So but yeah. Uh so back to this thing here. So it might be different this time because we all have AI. Yeah. Put some fishies on for a second. So, uh, I kind of want to wrap up with that. It's almost midnight, and I have a couple hours I want to just relax and stuff before I go to bed. So, I he was messing with OpenBSD as usual. Oh, he was on last week. Good. Yeah, last Miles, Dennis like me, he goes through big sections where he doesn't stream. I'm just coming off of a hiatus of not streaming for almost I think it's one of my longest ones. I didn't really seriously stream for probably several months, 4 or 5 months. Long-term retention is a problem, so why not plan for it? Let's make the schedule 1 month on, 1 month off. That's what I really wanted to do. The problem is you can't cover the content in a month. Okay, so every time I've ever done this, I actually you can go back and you can see some of my other uh organizational plans, and I because people inevitably ask how long is it going to take. Applause, how are you? Welcome. Yeah, people will inevitably ask me how long is it going to take for me to get a job. And I'm like, of course that depends on how much they put in and everything. Uh, you ain't I must not watching on Twitch. Yeah, me too. I mean, I like Twitch a lot, but it can be a huge time suck, and I don't want to be that for other people either. So, uh, my voice is kind of going bad. It's been 4 hours, and I have a cold, so I have to go. But let's wrap up this topic here. So, I mean, the question is, how long is it going to take to get through the content? And 1 month you cover containers and allow for independent project for the second month, third month, I'll cover Python. Yeah. Um, I I believe that I probably have more than a year of content at 3 hours every Sunday. And that is disheartening to a lot of people because they think it's going to take that long to get through it. So one of the things that I want to do up front, and I'm just going to jump right in here. So I think it's super important that we cover this high level, right? Because if the people watching, if they actually uh internalize this step right here, then they will create their own list of technologies and skills that they need. They don't need me to tell them. So, like, I'm perfectly willing to tell people what they need to get a SysDE job because that's the job I have. But I am not the person. I don't believe in commenting on like web development, for example, right? I've been out of web development for years. Uh, I think it's more important that people take away the determination to ask professionals what they need to learn than it is for me to try to teach them all of the things. So every time somebody says to me, "Are you going to teach Kubernetes? Are you going to teach, HTML? Are you going to teach JavaScript? Are you going to teach Slurm?" Every time they say that, the answer is no, I'm not. And I mean, if I did, it would be secondary to the beginner boost. The only thing am I going to teach IPv6? You know what? That is the actual question, right? So one of the most problematic questions is how much networking do I cover? If the goal is lowest common denominator, in other words, teach people the stuff they need to know. They need to know what a DNS server is. They need to know what an IP address is. Do they need to know how to set up a VLAN? No. So this again, I have ripped out every last strand of hair I have trying to figure out what are for an engineering job, from a technical engineering job, what's the least amount of things that you must know? And I believe that includes the terminal, personally. I've had people disagree with me on that. They don't say you don't need a terminal. Like, I kind of think you do. So, but yeah, networking is a big one. So I know you were joking, but it's like, do you teach the difference between IPv6 versus, v5? Do you talk about the origins of the internet? How far do you talk about that? Do you talk about the World Wide Web? Do you teach them HTML? Do you teach them all of CSS? And so I have kind of a low bar there, which is, for me, for example, web-based stuff, the only real, the thing that every single technologist should know is how to read and understand HTML and CSS and JavaScript enough to put together a website, like a basic website. Um, they need to understand how to read it. So, even more with AI, right? So, and particularly Markdown, which nobody ever teaches. This is a really bad problem. So many people use Markdown for documentation. We are plagued by bad Markdown at work. People have written absolute shit Markdown. They have no idea what they're doing, and they have never learned it. So that is a skill that everybody should have. You can use Markdown in Discord. You can use it in Slack. You can use it to write your own documentation. And IPv6 is not a joke. I know. Um, we're going to teach what IP addresses are, and that's it. We're going to teach how the basic network packaging, how networks work. We're talking about teaching people who just graduated from high school or who are potentially still in high school, who barely know how to open their computer and, context switch with Alt Tab. We're not talking about people have never even seen a terminal before. So this is my specialty. These are the people that I focus on. Is getting them the confidence to break into technology. And inevitably, they will self-filter after that. They will say, okay, hey, I want to do this or that. And they'll go down and they'll end up teaching themselves assembly and, ordering their own firmware, or boards from coming in DHL from China, which happened, and coding them in assembly. So, people can take it where they want to go, but the boost is designed to be what are the most fundamental things? And to be fair, we've actually added more to the scope because this year we're going to be including tech careers that do not involve coding. That means, you know, what are the common skills you need to become a recruiter, to become a salesperson, to become this or that? We're going to talk about things like knowing how to use Teams. We're not going to learn how to do it, but we're going to talk about the the workflow of using it. Because these are not systems that people are introduced to when they begin. Like they don't know what teams are. They don't know when they should send an email versus chat. Uh, I want to talk about that. I don't want to go through it too hard. I don't want people trying to refine skills and pick up the topics they missed in college. Right. Uh, how do you write bad markdown? Oh, believe me, it can be done. Yeah. Yeah. Like for example, using backticks for formatting. Yeah, I don't get me started. It's like you like the little circle thing? Yeah, that's a Mac thing, by the way. That's automatic. It's an automatic Mac thing. My big bald head in a big circle. Uh, so yeah. Yeah, the okay, so I just have to put it out there that my target audience is literally written right here. A quick start into the tech world for absolute beginners with little or no experience in tech. And if you are an established professional and you want to supplement your skills by learning Slurm or Ansible or configuration management, you need to go watch Het Tanis because he specializes in taking you to that next level. Uh, so yeah, I think the Teams versus email stuff is obvious, but that was just it was a stupid example of something that's not related to how to code in Python or something. I do think getting the hard skills like they're called, the tech skills is important. And that's the biggest thing here. Big number five, that's going to include knowing how to code and Linux terminal and all of that. So yeah. Yes. So I think we have a start here. Uh and how much do we spend on it? I honestly, I feel like if we spent an entire session, a 3-hour session on understanding your strengths and challenges, uh, that would be more than enough. I think if we spent one 3-hour session on understanding the tech industry, that means looking at specific companies. This includes things like why you should not work for a FANG company and you should look elsewhere. This is really, really uncommon information on the internet. The YouTube is filled with how to get a FANG job, and it's totally stupid because most of the good jobs are not FANG jobs. They're not. And people don't even know what a FANG job is, some of them. So, what are you getting into? These are all super duper important. And I think we could probably fill a full 3-hour session just talking about the tech industry. This includes, uh, open source, like what's the idea of open source, whether you want to work for an open source company. It includes working abroad. It includes remote work versus in-person work. It includes the whole crypto finance thing. So this is like a lay of the land. Like, here's everything in tech. It includes neural net integration through, if you want to work for Mr. Musk. I have friends that I deeply respect who work for Musk, even though they hate him. So these conversations about what jobs should you get, do you want to work in crypto? Do you want to work in fintechs? Do you want to have the edgy job or do you want to have a stable job? Do you want a job in operations and coding or do you want to mix the two so you can straddle the fence when everything goes to shit, which is what I did. I did not mean to do it, but I performed one of the greatest coups d'etats career-wise when the bubble burst in 2000 and I made killer money as a software engineer. And then all of a sudden, all the software engineers are getting fired because the bubble burst, which it inevitably will again. And so, because I had learned Linux and operations, I was able to switch over and do both. And then I worked in operations, and I was the only person who coded. I was the only sysadmin who actually had coding skills, which made me really good at that. It's totally by accident. I did not plan that. And so it really worked. If you're looking for, longevity, if you have kids at home and you have a family and you're supporting, you might want longevity over a lot of cash. But if you're young and you can fly high, do it. Go get that $500,000 a year job with Netflix. Go for it. Burn yourself out by 30 and then take that money and go all the way to the bank. So this is that those conversations are so important for people getting into the industry because these are these are fundamentally, by the way, the discussions that kind of happen behind the scenes between people watching different streamers. And I'm going to pick on one that I've had drama with in the past, but I love to death today, the Primogen. Uh, he came from that part of it. Zenshaw has some good beginner content, although I disagree with a lot of what he's doing. Because it's not relevant to actual work. I'm sorry to say that, but Zed is great. Zed's Python books are amazing. His whole entire approach to telling you what to learn and then letting you go learn it. I love that. I love that. I adopted that. It was the first time I saw one of Zed's books back in the day, probably in 2016. And I started adopting that method, like teaching people what to learn, not don't do it, don't teach them this stuff. But I mean, I love that he's exploring different things, but and that's great. I think everybody should do that. My focus is very specifically on helping you find a job in tech and learn the skill to do the job, not to explore, not to play, not to see if this works. Those are all super important things, and you need to do that in order to expand your horizons and learn. And obviously, but that does not mean, like we used to do this all the time. We would like write entire websites in Bash. You would write web servers in Bash, or we write, just to be silly, right? It's always fun to do that. Or, hey, can I write this in Lua or whatever, right? And that's fine. I think that's really fun. Prime does that all the time. I haven't seen any of Prime streams a lot lately. I don't follow him at all, but we have very different approaches to what it means to have a job in the tech industry. And you could talk to 5 different people who are in the tech industry, and they will tell you this is how you get in, this is what you want. And they're based on their priorities. Those decisions, those statements, those definitive, statements are based on their values and their goals. And I overwhelmingly want you to establish your own priorities and goals instead of doing what some influencer tells you to do. That is so important to me because what you want to do and what your priorities are and your needs is going to be radically different than somebody else. And I already made that point with the young single hot tech person who could fly around and be a consultant and work, fly high working at a fintech company until it goes belly up, cashing out, and then going work someplace else. If you have a family at home and you need a stable job and you want it to be around no matter what, and you can deal with a little bit less money, then you might want to take another job. Maybe you're sick or you're handicapped, you need a remote job. So you need to, go into one of those industries where remote is still a thing. Return to work has killed so many jobs. It's horrible. It's destroyed families, multiple families. So these are all topics that we have to talk about that are super important. And you have to know this before you even start picking up a technology to learn. Because remote work uh, might involve being able to, like I had to learn a whole bunch of stuff about networking. I had to learn PPP back in the day. I had to learn how to make a modem connect to the internet. I had to do all of these things because I want a remote job. Those might not be relevant. It's just to give you an example of like, well, what are your priorities, right? So, and we need to hash out what all of those things are. And we probably will take a few case studies, which I kind of just did, and say, okay, we have so and so, they're a mom, they want to work at home, but they want to make ends meet on the side. I actually had a woman do this. I had a woman that I mentored who was a mom who wanted to learn. She always wanted to learn how to code, and she wanted to learn to get into coding. And it's kind of a sad story because all the men in her life were telling her she couldn't do it. It was really sad, actually. And they kept, she was overly burdened with household chores and things because the men wouldn't step up to do it, and that she wanted to actually. It was really sad story, but it's important because it's a part of the tapestry of different lives and that are affected by tech and tech jobs. So, I think these aspects are super important before, and I think at least 3 hours is going to be good. I've already talked for an hour about it just now. So, uh, so identify jobs that match you. Understand what the job requires and prove what it has to take. So this encapsulates everything. This encapsulates certification, whether you should go to school for it. This encapsulates, whether you should learn to code or not. Should you learn Linux? Which Linux should you learn? Uh, all of that. That all goes there. Let's keep the recording tight on topic and let's not expand beyond 3 hours. Well, I mean, I think you're talking about later. I'll try to keep it regard on topic, but that's just not my style. My style is to go where the conversation goes. So I'll try my hardest to do that, but at the same time, we're going to need to take breaks, and that's always been a part of my mentoring, is to do something sort of interpersonal during the break. If I were mentoring in person, that's what we would do. Probably while we waited for your parents to pick you up or for your bus to come or something. So yeah, I'm going to try to stay focused though, for sure. Mostly for my own sanity because I'm gonna run out of voice after, 3 hours. Uh, I seriously if I've debated about whether to have a Discord. I'm not gonna add a Discord back. There's other Discords you could go into to use. I think Tannis is probably the best. Um, so if you want a community, you want to be able to chat with people, I'm gonna push big that you go to Het Tennis's Discord because I don't have the time to manage mine, and he is managing his, so that would be good. I am gonna encourage people to come in and to co-stream with me. That means if somebody wants to knock and come into the stream and just listen in or talk or while they're streaming, I really hope people will do that. Uh, I think it would be the best possible way. That way we can have sort of a dialogue instead of me just talking the whole time. Yeah, manage your maintain your tech career effectively. So I think we covered everything. I mean, this identify the jobs that match you. This is really a bullet point in time. This is really this and this can kind of go in the second day. Uh, where I started with this summary is that understand what job requirements and what prove what it takes. So what I want to do on the first kickoff is I want to go through this so that people who want to run ahead can do that without necessarily waiting around for me to do it with them. Uh, I don't have my Discord. I got rid of my Discord, in case you're wondering. Right. Learning how to use Slack is way more relevant to getting a job. I did create a Slack channel. I still have it. I don't use it though. Uh, I made it to invite personal people in, people that I was like mentoring. What I'm getting at is that um, understand what the job requires and how to prove what you have what it takes. This is the one time where I am going to summarize everything that all the jobs require that I know. No, I deleted it. I'm sorry you felt like you got kicked out. SharePoint, right. Yeah, OneDrive, SharePoint, Teams, all that stuff. We all hate it. We complain about it all the time, but it's a big part of business. There are a number of tools that you kind of just have to learn them when you get on the job. The thing of it is you can't even really practice using them outside of the job because you have to pay. So, just learning to adapt and learn stuff quickly is really the thing. And that goes with understanding the tech industry, the culture, the lifestyle. Uh, that's a term stolen straight from Learn with Leon, the tech lifestyle. Uh, IRC and turn off TP. I agree. Other than screen sharing is really good. We use that all the time, every day. And you can also call. You can also call and have chat. We use it constantly. We'll like have a quick little huddle. It's a phone call with 3 or 4 people in there, and then we'll screen share, and then we'll take over the screen and share each other's screen. That kind of stuff you couldn't do with IRC at all. So yeah, and that's actually the bulk of the use of it. I mean, most of the time when we use Teams, that's how we're using it most effectively is through that kind of collaboration. That by the way blows away cubicle collaboration because you can actually share a screen. So this cubicle shit is so stupid. Telling everybody to come back because they're going to be more effective when they're more effective going back to their computer where they can see each other's screen and share screens. It's completely ass backwards. Anybody who tells you that, fuck them. They're totally stupid assholes. I'm so tired of people saying that you cannot be as effective remotely over Teams with ad hoc collaboration and stuff like that. You're actually more effective. We've had people go into conference rooms to have this meeting with like 40 people in there, and that meeting was the worst waste of time of anything. If they had individual huddles from their cubicles using screen sharing, it would have been far more effective. But instead, they must have paid like $1,000 for that stupid fucking meeting. It's stupid. It's so stupid. And it makes me really angry because it's just somebody is justifying it. I don't even know how. Anyway, so I'm getting upset. It's time for me to go. Uh, yeah. You can share a terminal, but it's not the same. It's not the same as being able to, because a lot of times there's things that are graphic elements of the sharing. So like for example, they can all share the Jira stories, and we look at all the stories once at a time. Like go back and somebody's driving, and then the other person's updating the story. And it's like pretty standard procedure to do that. So here's the other thing: develop skills, knowledge, and abilities required by the job. So um, this is where I'm going to outline. Here's what I think everybody should learn, and uh, according to the Linux terminal course. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. uh, this list of the list of common things that everybody should learn. That is the one that kind of gets interesting. That's the one that I need to have written out so people can see it, and if they want to run ahead and learn it, they can learn it. And I think all right, so we should probably put actually I think we have another section here we need to add. Um I'm gonna put let's just do the list. Common technologies uh relevant to most tech jobs. This is really important for those who want to work ahead. Remember, the whole point of me focusing on this right now is because of the timeline involved. I am still hung up on the fact that someone's going to have to be watching Beginner Boost videos for a year before they can get a job. And if I were mentoring people in person, and I have done this, I've mentored adults who are trying to get a job immediately, and they needed to be told before, but rather than anything else, what they needed to learn. And so I gave them the list. It's like, okay, you learn this, this, and this. And then they went and they learned it on their own. And they would spend 3 hours a day learning it. And then when they came to me, they would come back and they would, you see what I'm saying? So so I think we can have the best of both worlds if we lay out the technologies and the skills that I think are common to everything and their priority, and then people can go learn them immediately. They don't have to wait around for me to make a video about it. And by the way, this is inspired by Zed Shaw. So this is Zed Shaw's approach to teaching Python, Python the hard way. Python the hard way is basically, here's what you need to learn, go study it, and then do it. And he doesn't necessarily tell you how to do it. He tells you, go do it. And I would really, I tried to teach that way, and I really like that. But I found that in my practical experience, most people need a little bit of handholding at the beginning. And then they'll eventually figure it out. They'll go do their own research, particularly with AI around right now, right? But that's a very hard habit to get to people to start doing. I feel like one of the best things about AI for all of society is that it's turning everybody into an autodidact. People say that it's a crutch for people, and I don't think that's true at all. I think AI is training all of humanity to ask questions, meaningful questions, and to think about what those questions are. Because AI fundamentally rewards those who prepare quality questions. And so rather than just put a few keywords in a Google search bar, you are now composing a prompt, which is a well thought out, articulated question so the AI can get you an answer that's better. And that is fundamentally changing how all of humanity is thinking about knowledge. We are starting to think better about asking good questions. What is the question I should be asking? How should I ask it? How can I clarify? When the AI gets confused because you're asking about, do you mean this or that? It creates a direct motivation in the person asking to be clearer in their questions. So, and inevitably, that clarity of communication and just, the desire to even ask a question, a good one, is going to bleed over into humanity, and humanity will be more prone to ask questions properly. Now, is it going to ask AI that before it asks another human? Yes. But when that same person goes to ask another person a question, they are now going to have been primed by interacting with an AI to ask the questions more clearly and to be ready to have to adapt the answers and re-ask the question. I think the entire habit that using AI is building is actually not entirely negative. People think that we are, they make Saturday Night Live skits about going to the AI and asking, in a social interaction, what should I say here, right? And that's true. We do tend to go to the prompt a little bit too easily, but at the same time, we do have to figure out how to ask it a question that's meaningful. So, I do think that that's going to be important. So, and why is that relevant? Because when we teach this, if I could say you need to learn Python coding, a minimum amount of Python coding to be able to understand what the AI told you to write, right? Then you can actually ask the AI that and use that prompt to like create your own educational material. And the sooner I can get you the prompts for your AI to help you learn it on your own, the sooner you can get busy learning that stuff with or without me. And then when I can make a long-winded video about it eventually, and it will just supplement what you might have already done with the AI. So uh, I agree that this is going to be a thing. So uh, Linux terminal, which involves a lot of things, but you actually don't need to learn Linux desktop. In fact, Linux desktop is not required for any job ever. So, meeting in a district learning coordinator part of regularly scheduled professional development. Yeah. Yes. 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 Uh, this is the obvious big one. So the Linux terminal involves a lot of little tiny technologies. So it's probably worth indenting this. Is it one or two? Can't remember if it has to be four or not. Instructional queue set examples. They want to show it to their phones and have ChatGPT summarize it for them. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. Why don't you try on your own first? I I tend to think that that's a waste of time. Anytime anytime you're creating documentation and stuff like that, and just using the AI for that is just a no-brainer to me. It's a waste of my time. I would rather be thinking through algorithm problems and stuff like that and doing things that, that's actually one of the areas that AI is really, really, really good, is creating, fleshing out documentation, cleaning up your grammar. I've actually written huge parts of books that I started to write using AI. And I actually even told it, I was like, hey, can you make this have sort of a hacker theme to it? And then I was obviously interacting with it constantly and changing up the words and everything and saying, how about this, blah, blah, blah. But having an interactive assistant to do those kind of things is very valuable. And I don't think it's bad for humanity at all. So it does, there are certain elements of there are times when writing creatively is important, and then there's times when getting the writing done quickly and clearly is more important. And I'm a writer. I mean I can't call myself a writer. Writers don't the writing community hates people that call themselves writers who don't have a published book. So I can't really say I'm a writer, but I like to write. Uh, for teaching 10-year-olds, right? Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I know it's controversial because there are people who are not thinking creatively and stuff like that too. So yeah, Linux terminal. So they need to learn Bash. Uh, I don't know if we want to put this all here. Bash. I don't know how to do this. I want to keep it high level though. Basic coding fundamentals. And that would be in Bash. Go. Uh, if you're right, what's the month? I don't know. I wish. Yeah. Coding fundamentals, Linux terminal. Uh, honestly, that's it. Two tabs in the bathroom. Coding fundamentals. Let's see here. So we have. Honestly, this is really it. There's not much more. Oh, containers. Containerization. We should probably say virtualization. Containers and virtual machines. Uh, network fundamentals. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. This stuff goes for everything. I don't know if editing text goes here. Oh wait. Uh, we need AI prompting. AI prompting definitely needs to be there. This cool button, laser beams. No way. I'm gonna put AI prompting at the beginning. Actually, no, because it kind of goes with all the other stuff too. Every AI, there's all different kinds of AI prompting depending on what you're using it for. So we need to summarize that. Uh, you can put vibe coding. Yeah. Uh, where's that? Is that not a word? Virtualization. Okay. Uh, Yeah, just the Linux terminal by itself takes a while. VI versus Emacs. I don't care. Use whatever one you want. But VI is on it most things. Emacs is not. Use Emacs if you're, it depends. It depends on if you're going to be working on a large code base, like the Linux code base, then use Emacs. I really don't care. Notepad versus Nano. Whatever you can use, whatever works for you, that's fast. You pick your own tools. But I feel like certain tools are fundamentally faster. All right, it's almost time for me to go. I got just a few minutes before I have to go to bed. So, this is actually really good. I do think, I think that Kubernetes is big enough at this point that it's related to most tech jobs. And I mean that. You're either going to be using Kubernetes or you're going to be developing for Kubernetes or you're going to have to know how to talk to somebody who's using Kubernetes. Uh, and you could say container orchestration, but I don't even think that. I think specifically Kubernetes. Uh, I really do think that Kubernetes is in everything. You can't escape it. It's probably time for you to go. Built-in timestamp. Does it? Did you ever see me make the Nano program? Did you see my Nano? I wrote a binary that to take over Nano. Ansible, yeah. I don't think Ansible is required for everything, but it sure is in operations. It definitely is. Um. Anyway, yeah, I put this on the server the kids are on, and I'm like, because they would try to use Nano, I'm like, no, don't use it. Use Vim. So that was just a fun project. Um. Right? Uh. I think Kubernetes learn Vim exactly right, Zoe. So, so Kubernetes, Ansible, uh, Slurm, uh, I could put here. So Pico is still a thing. I used to use Nano and Pico. I actually used Joe. You guys remember Joe? Is anybody here old enough to remember Joe? When you would do you like open your email with Pine? I still want to use that. It's actually really good. Yeah. Uh, Easy Pine. Yeah. Using Ansible, Kubernetes, and Slurm are pretty much any enterprise uses this. Toss Adlin. On that note, oh God, old farts, you old farts. Uh, I said it was better, yes. Uh, what am I missing? So, oh wait, ooh, GitHub. Markdown. I'm gonna say, yeah, I was gonna put editing. I I don't think you need to learn VS Code, but you know, I haven't fired up VS Code in 4 years, 5 years. It was really great to help beginners, but I don't think it's required. There's a lot of people who disagree with me, including people on my team. There are also people that want us to install like the extensions so that we can run them on a remote server, which is totally stupid if you ask me, but whatever. Uh, um, yeah, showed Microsoft. Yeah. Um, you can't get away from getting GitHub today. I'm sorry. It's just so ubiquitous. Knowing how to do Jira, I don't ever want to learn Jira. Because then I can tell people I don't know it. Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. We our manager, we joke with our manager because she's like, "No, I'll help you with Jira. You do Jira all you want." So it's like her name is Rihanna. So we and she goes by Ree. So we started using Ree as a verb. Yeah, just read that story so we have something. And what that means is go ask Rihanna to make us a Jira story. And she's so sweet and so awesome and so supportive that she'll go do it. She's really good. She's highly capable. I love my manager. Rihanna, if you watch this, I love you. I that sounded weird. DevOps. Uh DevOps, I don't like the term DevOps. This will probably come up in conversation during the boost. What does the DevOps even mean? Depending on who you ask, it means something radically different. So if you ask an architect, they'll tell you, or somebody goes to the conferences, they'll tell you that DevOps is it's the science of managing the relationships between the developers and the operations team. That's what they'll say. If you ask the engineers, they'll say, "Oh, DevOps is learning GCP and blah blah blah." And you get a different answer depending on who you're asking. Web server run DevOps is synergy. Exactly. It actually is. DevOps is synergy between the developers and the operations team. It's the happy space in between the media and the two. Git runners are cool, but that is not a universal thing. Uh, if you're just joining me, this is based on all tech jobs. So, like, if you're gonna get a tech job, do you need to know how to get a runner? That would be for the specialist. That would be for the Git specialist. I'm not saying it's not valuable. It really is. Knowing how to do GitHub Actions, probably is, right? I think we could just counter that. We can count that under GitHub, and then people can go as deep as they want. In fact, in Git in general, it's like, how deep do you need to go, right? I know how to back my stuff up. I know how to protect my branch so it doesn't get. I know how to do a squash and merge. I know the difference between rebase and merge. There's like, you know what I mean? There's like so many different things there. ClickUps, yeah, into the CLI. Yeah. Well, that's what the terminal is. Terminal velocity. Uh, I call it terminal velocity because the terminal is so much faster. I think AI prompting and web research. This is a part of knowledge management. Uh, this is like super freaking important. And I think I'm going to put it first because we're going to learn ways to do some web research it's a lot faster than a web browser from the terminal, like doing this stuff. What is uh, AI prompting? And we can go, like when you have a cold, you can go search this way. No, and then I can open up with the web browser with one hand, go pull it up. So that is just a quick little 5-second demonstration of why everybody should learn how to prompt through the AI. I mean, without an AI, using that. That is a pretty fast little research session, right? Uh, so yeah, I'll show you how to do that. All that stuff is built into the to the uh to the thing. So, yep, you could say something. Uh-oh, your browser doesn't support anymore. What is going on? Is this a bug? Oh, it's using W3M. Yeah. Yeah, this is using W3M. Yeah, I changed this to use W3M because I like links better, but W3M is more intuitive for most people. I think it's a little slower, but it's still plenty fine. It renders stuff a lot better. So yeah, it's so much better at rendering it than links. You can either use links or it's the user agent. Yeah. This user agent isn't lying. Google doesn't support JavaScript anymore. Huh. Well, that's Google. They don't support it at all. Here, search upgrade to a recent version. This looks like okay. So I switched to W3M in the container versus links, and in links I have a user agent lies about the user agent, so it'll work. So that's probably what's going on there. Yeah, I wonder how can I change it? It's a good question for my AI. How can I, oops, I make W3M. Fake JavaScript and user agent, yeah. Stack Exchange, haven't been here in a while. We're getting to please enable cookies. Nope, nobody answered it. Question went unanswered. Uh, yeah, Google doesn't support it at all. Interesting. Fake your user agent. Yes. That's all. God, that's all schema. Lisp. All that Lisp code. Does W3M use Lisp? Or Emacs. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. To avoid this, you can set it to a mobile browser user. Yes. Some Android phones. How do you do it? Oh, there it is. Wait, what? How new is that? W3M. Config. I wonder if that'll work. Oh, does not have permission to get blah. Different error though. Now it's forbidden. Yeah, well, I use DuckDuckGo for this normally. That's my single question mark is DuckDuckGo. Yeah. My double is Google, and my triple I think is Microsoft. If I remember right. Oh, I guess I got rid of it. Actually, I made my ChatGPT tokens, and then I made my double into Google, which is super interesting. It looks like they totally killed the Google one completely. Yep. So DuckDuckGo is where it's at. Yep. So that's good to know though, because I probably should disable the other one. I don't think I have to change anything here because it's only Google that's affected by the user agent. Yeah. Do 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 do. All right, I think I'm done. I just need to save this. Uh, Kubernetes Ansible and Slurm. I'm sure people will think of other things. Add common technologies. Typing from the command line. I mean, from home row. I kind of want to put that, but it goes without saying. You think it would anyway. All right, friends. I think I am done. Repo I think I am done for the night. Boost your beginner tech career. Beginner boost is a quick start. Boost the tech, all you need is a computer, boost Mac or Windows. Terminal for WebStorm and a container engine like Podman or Docker. The boost is organized as follows. Understand yourself, interest challenges, understand the tech industry, identify jobs that specifically match you, understand what the job requires and how to prove you have what it takes, develop skills, knowledge, and abilities required by the job. Yep. Doctrinal purity, not popularity. Manage to maintain your tech career. Just, check in with Rob's socials to see when he's alive. Come say hi. Start using Linux terminal as fast as possible. This repo contains a Linux container file that contains pre-configured Ubuntu Linux OS for sampling and learning. Here's the process to get started. Install WebStorm Podman and build the boost container. Install WebStorm. Install Podman. Run it. Build. If you want to throw away the container after running, just add --rm. Otherwise, when you exit, it will be started, blah, blah, blah. When you're ready, just remove a container to get latest. Sometimes you'll want to remove a previous container boost container and restart it by rebuilding it. In the section above, here's how. Warning. That didn't work. That didn't work. How do I do GitHub annotation? I think it has to have an exclamation point. Hi, Legit Roman. How you doing? How to make there's a place to have a certain percentage of code AI generated as a KPI for them? Oh, thank you for that sub. I appreciate that. Uh, uh, what do you think about that? Is it the future? If we're in what career? If you're a software engineer, then yeah. Uh, I think it's stupid, but I I personally created an entire chat overlay, a complex chat overlay, 14,000 lines of code without coding a single thing. So having them mandate it and test it is kind of weird, but if you're not using AI to generate code, that much code, I think yeah, for sure, you're gonna get called out. Managers are getting called out for not being enthusiastic about AI. Yeah, I don't think that's true. It certainly isn't true. The person who pushes for AI is kind of the joke and the pariah on our team. We love him, but yeah, because to be fair, how do I say this? There have been at least two efforts that were done with AI that crashed and burned, and we missed a deadline on it because of it, and that were way overcomplicated. That should not have been that complicated. It was like 5 lines of code otherwise, and I was like, why are we even doing this? And then there's been other stuff. There's been other stuff that this guy has done that has kicked ass because he's created these extremely complex SQL queries to get summations of uh harbor images that are ahead that are taking up too much space and generating a CSV from it. And he was extremely efficient at turning that stuff around. So it really just depends. I think that's kind of where we're at with AI. And I'm using that because it's a specific example from my own experience on my team. Uh, for IPv6 and for AI. Yeah. Um, you know, there to be fair, I mean, people are still going to go to him for things like, hey, let's port all of this Python and Perl code to Go or something. But I don't. He's also young, so you know, huge proponent of AI and AI models. Extremely brilliant guy. But he's also got some gaps. He's got some pretty substantial gaps in, you know, and I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's because he's young or if it's because he's too smart, which is also a problem when you're young. And you know the kind of person I'm talking about. Some of the veterans out there, I'm sure. When you're young and hungry, you end up making mistakes because you end up over engineering something. because you can. And it's like, well, why? Keep it simple. Well, you can't flex if it's simple, right? It's a really, really common, smart young engineer mistake is to overcomplicate something for reasons beyond getting the job done, whatever they are. Showing off because you can, because it's more fun. None of those reasons are relevant. You're being paid to produce value. That means that super unsexy, simple thing is the right thing to do, even if it doesn't let you flex on how cool whatever. I used to do this with regular expressions all the time. I used to use regular expressions for everything because I thought they're so cool. When a simple substring search would have covered it and been faster. And now I know just how bad regular expression parsing is performance-wise compared to a basic substring search. And I was like all about regex because I'm like they're so flexible. You can always change them later. Blah, 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 blah. And they had to be pre-compiled. It's like it was so dumb. It was really dumb. It was really dumb of me to do that. But that's one of the examples. Like when you're young and sometimes simple is better. Anyway. Uh oh no, it's an admonitions. That's what I want. I want an admonition. Good. Should get it by typing. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, here. Oh, it is the exclamation point. Okay. That's what I was missing. It's funny because that was the same sort of admonition that I had sort of invented for myself before it was a thing, and now they have it. Oop. Oh, you can skip the search result that way. Interesting. Did not know that. Still didn't do it, God damn it. Hey, Cyber. No API. How you doing? I guess warning must not be the one that's supported. Uh, there. I think it's warn. It's either warn, note, or caution. They don't support all of them. Caution, note, tip, import, and warning. It didn't work for me. Does it have to have a space? What the hell? Oh, it must have to be on the same line. Oh, I bet it's because this doesn't have a space. Oh, no, 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 no. It is the same line. That's why. Oh, that's stupid. Reload. Yep, that fixed it. Yeah, I saw it. There it goes. It's kind of like ASCII docs. Yep. You'll lose all your work done in the boost container. Yeah. Okay. It's man. You know what else they support by default? I kind of believe like that GitHub Flavor Markdown GFM is now the standard. It's like the default standard. They support mermaid diagrams and KTeX. So mathematic notation. Super cool that they've added all that. So remove a container. Yeah, go ahead and remove it if you need to. Common technology most relevant. AI prompting with web research. Linux Unix terminal, not desktop. GitHub. Markdown and basic. Basic web docs coding fundamentals. Virtualization, container, virtual machines, network fundamentals. Okay, so these are the things that we're going to cover. And I think that includes virtual machines because reasons. You can't really do containers without virtual machines, especially since there's a virtual machine running for Podman in order to get a container. You can't run a container, an LXC container, without Linux. The end. That means if you're running it on a Mac or on a Windows machine, there is a Linux in there somewhere. You just can't see it. So that's super important to understand that association between Linux containers and virtual machines. That if you don't get that, you just can't operate in technology today. As an engineer anyway. So that will definitely be something we cover. I feel like this is a good start. And on that note, I'm going to go to bed. All right, that we're finally done here. If you want to sponsor me, go click on sponsor. GitHub is the best way to sponsor. It's also the best way to get yourself a little credit to show that you support open source, etc. And that is going to be it for me. We could go raid somebody, I guess, since it's kind of late. Maybe want to go raid anybody? ASCII Doc. I love ASCII Doc. You guys know I do. But I will not be writing any more books in ASCII Doc. You guys know I do. It's just not going to happen. You guys want music? Who do you want to raid? Do you have suggestions? Anybody have suggestion for raid? This is all in the software game. Let's go to the different category. Hey, legit. Roman, thank you for the comment. Science. I'm just guessing. Oh, good guess, Rob. The best of flat Earth. I love that flat earthers are streaming just science and tech on Twitch. Because of course they are. Dude, there is nobody here. What? I mean, are these even real? I, d- I don't know. I don't know if they're even real. The boost, I just put it in the schedule. Yep. If you go look at if you go to twitch.tv/RBXRob, click on my schedule, it'll tell you when I stream. And right now it's noon my time, so I don't know what time that is for you. I am in mountain time. So yeah. Getting into Linux deep end. Oh, he looks fun. Let's raid him. Casual Elephants. Yeah, there's a Linux guy for you. I'm trying Arch, by the way. Ha ha. Copy. I don't know how to raid. I forgot. Oh shit, did I start up so far on accident? Bad Rob. I am so tired. Stream manager. Raid channel. Ah, sorry. Diving into the Linux deep end. Alright, bye. Bye bye, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oh. Hello.
I can't hear anything.
Hello and welcome. Oh shit, that's not the right way. Oh my god, what a way. Welcome. There's a immediately Obviously. Oh my God. Welcome. What a... Rob, thank you so much for the raid. Awesome. Yeah. Uh-oh. Something went wrong. Partition 2 full? No, hold on. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. Oh no, we gotta go back. Oh no, we have to start over. Very good stuff now. The house is...
All right. I have to go. I have to go, everybody. I can't sit around and talk. This is the bad thing about raiding. I love raiding people and meeting new people, but I'm also really tired. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go take off. I'm super tired. See you, Casual, if you're watching. Take care of our newbies.